So, good morning, everybody, distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear participants. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all at the second conference of Emerging Professionals in Heritage Science. We are especially delighted to see such a strong turnout this year with nearly 120 registered participants joining us from a wide range of backgrounds and different countries. Your presence here is a testament to the growing importance and vibrancy of the field of heritage science. Since our establishment in 2023, Heritage Society has been dedicated to connecting emerging professionals across disciplines, bringing together voices from over 20 different fields. Allow me a second. This diversity is one of our greatest strengths. It enables us to foster meaningful dialogue, inspire innovation, and approach heritage science from truly interdisciplinary perspectives. Our mission is rooted in advocacy, collaboration, international networking, research, and community building. These values guide not only our annual gatherings, but also our year-round activities, which aim to support and empower early career professionals in shaping the future of heritage science. Following the success of last year's first International Conference of Emerging Professionals in Heritage Science, we are excited to continue building on this platform, one that encourages exchange, nurtures ideas, and strengthens connections across borders and disciplines. Today, we are especially honored to welcome our distinguished speakers who will deliver the opening addresses. So first, we have here Mr. Jernej Hudolin, the director of the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia, Dr. Professor Katarina Katja Predovnik, the MATRES project representative from the Faculty of Arts at the Department of Archaeology, Professor Miha Humar, also both MATRES project representative and E-RIHS Slovenia representative from Biotechnical Faculty from the Department of Wood Science. And hopefully a little bit later we'll be accompanied by Dr. Sasha Jesche, Vice Dean from the Faculty of Arts, University of Ljubljana. And we are deeply grateful for their support and for sharing their insights with us as we begin this conference. Over the course of this event, we hope you'll engage, collaborate, and connect, whether through discussions, presentations, or informal conversations. This conference is not only about sharing knowledge, but also about building an international community that will continue to grow and thrive long after we leave this space. So thank you all for being here, and I wish you an inspiring and productive conference. Welcome here. So first, I'd like to invite Mr. Jernej Hudolin to deliver his opening address. He will be delivering it in Slovenian, and after he concludes, I will summarize his thoughts in a few words in English. Thank you.
Hello everyone, poštovani vsi. Iskreno me veseli in počaščen sem, da vas lahko danes nagovorimo ob otvoritvi konference posvečene mladim v dediščinski znanosti. Takšni dogodki niso zgolj strokovna srečanja, so prostor srečevanja idej, pogledov in generacij, ki skupaj oblikujejo prihodnost našega odnosa do kulturne dediščine. Kulturna dediščina je pogosto razumljena kot nekaj, kar pripada preteklosti. V resnici pa je predvsem vprašanje sedanjosti in prihodnosti. Je način, kako razumemo sami sebe, kako gradimo skupnost in kako vzpostavljamo dialog s svetom okoli nas. Dediščina ni statična, je živa, spreminjajoča se, odvisna od interpretacij in vrednot vsake generacije. Prav zato je vloga mladih v dediščinski znanosti izjemno pomembna. Vi ne prinašate le novega znanja, temveč tudi drugačen pogled. Postavljate nova vprašanja, dvomite v ustaljene prakse in odpirate poti, ki jih morda prejšnje generacije niso videle in ali pa si jih niso upale ubrati. To ni le dobrodošlo, to je nujno. Na Zavodu za varstvo kulturne dediščine se tega dobro zavedamo. Naše delo ni zgolj varovanje in ohranjanje, temveč vse bolj tudi razumevanje, interpretacija in posredovanje dediščine sodobni družbi. Pri tem pa se soočamo s številnimi izzivi, od podnebnih sprememb in urbanizacije do digitalne transformacije in spreminjajočih se družbenih vrednot. Dediščinska znanost zato danes nujno presega tradicionalne meje, je izrazito interdisciplinarna. Povezuje naravoslovne metode, analize materialov, humanistične pristope, interpretacije, družboslovne poglede v skupnosti ter tehnološke inovacije, kot so digitalizacija, umetna inteligenca in napredne metode dokumentiranja. Prav na presečiščih vseh teh področij nastajajo rešitve, ki bodo določale prihodnost varstva dediščine. In prav tukaj vidim vašo ključno vlogo. Mladi raziskovalci ste pogosto najbolj odprti za povezovanje različnih disciplin, za sodelovanje preko meja in za uporabo novih orodij. Vaša radovednost in pripravljenost na eksperimentiranje sta gonilo napredka. Ob tem pa prinašate tudi občutljivost za družbena vprašanja, za vključevanje skupnosti, za dostopnost dediščine in za njeno trajnostno upravljanje. Ta konferenca je izjemna priložnost, da svoje ideje delite, jih soočite z drugimi in jih nadgradite. Je prostor, kjer se lahko rodijo nova sodelovanja in prijateljstva in raziskovalne pobude. Spodbujam vas, da izkoristite vsak trenutek za razpravo, za vprašanja, za dvom in tudi za navdih. Obenem pa naj bo to tudi priložnost za razmislek o širši odgovornosti, ki jo nosimo kot strokovnjaki na področju dediščine. Naše delo ni namenjeno samo stroki, temveč celotni družbi. Dediščina ima moč povezovanja in učenja, še posebej v času hitrih sprememb. Dovolite mi, da ob tej priložnosti izrazim tudi iskreno podporo vašemu delu. Na Zavodu si aktivno prizadevamo, da ste mladi strokovnjaki aktivno vključeni v procese varstva dediščine, da bi imeli priložnost soustvarjati projekte in da bi tako skupaj gradili okolje, ki spodbuja raziskovanje, inovativnost in strokovno odličnost. Naj zaključim z mislijo, da dediščina ni nekaj, kar preprosto podedujemo. Je nekaj, kar vedno znova ustvarjamo. In prav vi ste tisti, ki boste odločali, kakšna bo njena prihodnost. Želim vam uspešno, navdihujočo in plodno konferenco, naj vam prinese nova znanja, nove povezave in predvsem novo motivacijo za delo, ki ga opravljate. Hvala.
So just to summarize in a few words in English, so Mr. Hudolin said that at the Institute for the Protection of the Cultural Heritage of Slovenia, they are deeply aware that heritage is dynamic and the young generation brings fresh views. And they are deeply aware that our work is intertwined with different global issues. And young people are those who are driving the heritage sector forward through innovative and creative approaches, which we will be hearing about today. Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage actively supports young people in their aims and is aware that young people are those who are going to be driving this process forward. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Katja Katarina Predovnik to deliver her opening address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, spoštovani cenjeni gostje, dear colleagues, esteemed guests, I'm very happy and very honored to be here at this very promising conference. I'm here on behalf of izredni professor Dr. Matija Črešnar, who is the lead of the MATRES, Material Resilience in Times of Environmental and Social Change, who has teaching duties and will only be able to join you later. So I'm also one of a member of the MATRES team, and we are very happy to be co-organizers of this conference this year. I would also like to greet you on behalf of the Department of Archaeology of the Faculty of Arts at the University of Ljubljana. We are the lead institution in the MATRES project, which is a great joy and honor, but we are only one of the many institutions, the many faculties of the University of Ljubljana and many external partners who constitute the MATRES team. The project is aiming to research, to look into and to stimulate further research and, of course, networking in terms of looking at different aspects of the human past in the context or in the perspective of how people, human communities in the past sort of dealt with different kinds of environmental and social challenges, and how these two aspects are actually intertwined, which I believe, and I'm sure you will, you do all share this view with me and with us, with our team, that we are, of course, facing many, many very dire environmental challenges and also social challenges today. Our idea, our hope is that we can learn from the past, trying to understand the past more in a more complex way, and trying to take some lessons from the way people responded to or dealt with different kinds of challenges and changes in the past. Of course, not directly, but in terms of an inspiration and in terms of getting deeper insights into our own present, and hoping to take these lessons in the hope of shaping a better, more resilient and more sustainable future. So with these thoughts, I wish you a very, very stimulating, interesting conference, lots of interesting thoughts and talks, and may you build future cooperations that will take you and us further in understanding the heritage, the resilience of the humans in the past, and yes, let's all try to make a better future for us and for the future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Predonik. Now, Professor Humar, I would like to invite you to give a few opening words.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the second Heresy conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate or thank Lana for organizing the second conference in this series of the Heresy conference. That's a great work. I mean, there's a lot of work that nobody can notice, but we're all aware there's a lot of work behind that. As already mentioned, one of the projects that is currently running on the topic of the heritage science was already mentioned. That was the MATRES project. But I can say that at the very moment, we can definitely conclude that heritage science is one of the most vibrant, one of the most active interdisciplinary research fields within the University of Ljubljana and broader. Right now, there are two or three rather big projects running on this topic. One of them is MATRES, that is university project that links various faculties together. The main ones are Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Chemistry, and Biotechnical faculty. And in this February, the second big project started. That is a teaming project, Greener. That's another rather even bigger project of 30 million euros that links all those disciplines together. And the main idea of this project is to build capacities on this topic. Within this project, there will be a lot of opportunities also for the PhD studies. So please pay attention for future open positions. And The third project that needs to be mentioned within this call is E-RIHS. That's kind of another infrastructural project. It's a European collaboration project, which offers great opportunity, predominantly for students, to have access to the top research equipment within the heritage science. I mean, it's very easy for you to apply for this kind of to have the access to this kind of equipment. You just have to fill a simple online form on the webpage, and you have free access to the equipment. That's a really, really good opportunity, and it provides a lot of contacts. And I think all this network that was mentioned, METRES, Green Air, Heresy, somehow grown from this initiative. That was the seed. That was how led to the seed project. And everything started with, with an old English proverb, which says, first friends, then founds. And this conference offered an excellent opportunity for you to find new friends, to find new colleagues, to develop new founds. So I wish you a good, nice, and successful work today. And I'm looking forward to your career development and future collaborations.
Thank you very much to all of the three distinguished guests at our conference. Before we move forward, I need to emphasize that the organization of this conference was a great effort of an incredible team of our society's members. We will present them later a little bit more individually. But now I would like to invite forward one of the driving forces behind this event, Katja Spetz, who will be chairing the first session. And with that, I am opening our first presentation slot. Thank you so much.
So we will start the first session of this conference with presentation. So I would like to invite Luca Copac and Miha Humer with presentation Hyperspectral Imaging for Preliminary Analysis of Wood Grain Processes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will present today our research that we were doing at the Department of Wood Science and Technology of hyperspectral imaging for the preliminary analysis of wood grain process. First, some content and objectives. This was most of all an exploratory analysis, which means a small number of samples was only performed to see the behavior of graying in wood, and how photodegradation affects near spectra was one of the main questions of this research. Also, to gauge the weathering gradient and how it affects the degree of photodegradation, and if it would be possible to somehow determine the duration or the intensity of photodegradation of wood. The most important aspect of this research was to determine the effects on wood species identification that graying has on the identification of wood species. Yeah. So first, let's start with the introduction, some background. We all know that wood is a very versatile material, and it was widely used throughout history. But it is very sensitive to environment conditions, especially abiotic and biotic factors, such as microorganisms, moisture changes, thermal radiation, and photochemical degradation, which is the main topic of this research. So a little bit about wood weathering or graying. as I will sometimes refer to it. It happens when wood is exposed to UV light and then leached with water or exposed to higher moisture or rain. The UV light causes the photochemical degradation of lignin and in parts also hemicellulose, which then leaches out of wood and turns the wood gray because only cellulose or mostly cellulose remains inside of wood. The result is this characteristic surface graying, as we see on this bottom image here. This is along with some degradation of fungi, probably. So what does the literature suggest about the weathering effects on wood species identification? The wood color of different species turns from various shades of brown, some yellowish brown, reddish brown. It all turns into fairly uniform gray color. The top one was a research done with 12 months of exposure of each species, and they were using mostly Central Europe species. The ones that we can find in Slovenia as well. The other research suggests that the weathering causes spectral homogenization of late wood and early wood, meaning that late wood is similar to weathered early wood spectrally. This was also done using hyperspectral imaging. Okay, now let's go on to materials and methods. We used different samples. So we had 3 samples of each species available. These 2 species were beech and poplar with the dimensions of surface that was used for imaging of 150 millimeters by 50 millimeters. The outdoor exposure duration was 128 days. And there are also other outdoor effects visible on the samples, such as blue stain fungi, some insect damages and things like that. So the top samples, if you can see on the image, were visually like kind of a gradient of graying. They were probably positioned vertically on the stand, and therefore the top surface was great and the bottom surface was not. So on this larger surface, we can see a gradient of graying. And the other 2 samples, we imaged the top side that was great and the bottom side that was unaffected by photodegradation. So a little bit about hyperspectral imaging. We acquired the near-infrared reflectance spectrum in the 1,000 to 2,500 nanometers range. This camera uses a push broom system, which means it's a scanning mode. The result is a hypercube that we can see on the bottom here, which means we get 1 spectrum per pixel of the image, and the dark and white correction were also performed. Okay, now for the results. We first did some spectral extraction. We used a median spectrum per region of interest, which are these red squares on the top there. We assigned the values of graying or the degree of photodegradation. The gray surfaces were assigned the value of 1 and the non-gray were assigned the value of 0. And the gradient samples that I mentioned before were assigned a gradient from 0 to 1. It's here. So on one side is 1, on one side is 0, and the gradient between. The plot shows the mean spectra of these regions of interest. A standard normal variate was also performed, but this is a reflectance spectrum, kind of normalized reflectance spectrum. We can mostly see the differences between gray and non-gray samples at the 1200 nanometers peak, which is usually assigned to lignin in the literature. And we can see the crossover at the 1500 nanometers, where the gray samples go above the non-gray samples, which indicate some nonlinear effects of the photodegradation. These are some of the visualizations of the hypercubes. So the spectra is, you can imagine the spectra being one single vertical line, but this is only the surface image, the image of the surface. It goes, this method goes like around 2 to 5 millimeters inside of the actual sample. So these are the gradient spectra. As I said before, the gradient position was did determine the photodegradation degree label, meaning 0 to 1. So the gradient spectra were mostly between both extremes of the gray and non-gray samples, and this confirms the spectral gradient of weathering. We also performed a principal component analysis, which is a variance-based dimensionality reduction of data. This also showed the nonlinear effects that were mentioned before, the crossing over of the spectra. And we can kind of see some centroid convergence, but the variance of the gray samples is much higher than the non-gray samples, so it's difficult to say. But this is only a 2D projection. Here we can see the 3D projection with all three principal components. Yeah, okay, we also did some linear discriminant analysis. This is a classification technique that was trained on the non-gray spectra, and then the gray spectra were projected into the one-dimensional space of the model that was trained. We can see the spectral shift that is apparent. So the non-gray samples had a much lower variance. As you can see, this is the kernel density estimation distribution. It's similar to histogram on the top plot. And on the bottom, we can see individual samples. Spectral shift is apparent and the increased variance. We also did some prediction maps on 5 by 5 pixel medians and per pixel prediction maps. This was the same linear discriminant analysis, but a different model trained on all 4 classes. So these are the actual images that were predicted. So each spectrum in the image was predicted as either one of the samples, either one of the classes. So we can see that the poppler gradient sample was around 75% poppler, and it was mostly gray. And the beach gradient sample was around 65% beach, mostly non-gray. We also did some partial least squares regression, which is a regression method and outputs continuous predictions. We also did a second-degree polynomial correction. This model was trained on endpoints, which means gray and non-gray samples, and then applied onto the gradient spectra. We can see a nice correlation of the model, which kind of falls down at the end, where the true grayness is 1, but that's based on the position of the spectra. And we can see that at the end of the sample here, the beach predicted grayness, the bottom one here, there is some grayish on the left side as well, which is similar to what the model was showing. Okay, so now for the conclusions. So this was a preliminary analysis to gauge the effects of weathering. Similar effects were found in both species for the graying. The most important things at the spectra were the peak at 1200 nanometers and the crossover that suggested nonlinear effects of graying. We confirmed the presence of spectral gradient, which can suggest that possible prediction of weathering and weathering time or conditions would be possible. So for the effects on wood species identification, which is the main part of this research, we figured out that there is a spectral shift and the gray samples have a much larger variance, but the model still provided good discrimination. So for the future research, we will need more wood species, more samples, of course. We decided to do it in a more controlled environment, probably indoors, with controlled UV exposure and leaching. And we will also probably perform a time series to figure out how exposure time affects the spectrum. And we need to also perform a species classification model to make it more robust to the weathering or graying of the wood. And that's it from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Luca. So are there any questions? No, if not, I would like to invite the next speakers. And Max Merela, Angela Balzano, Amina Gacho-Yesh, and Anje Zaitz with presentation called Microscopic Wood Identification of a Wooden Coat of Arms from the Technical Museum of Slovenia in Bistra.
Okay. Okay, hello. I am Amina Gacho-Yesh from Biotechnical Faculty of Department of Wood Science and Technology. I'm a researcher and I'm enrolled in doctoral program where I collaborate with my other colleagues from chair of wood science. So today I will present you our little study about microscopic wood identification of a wooden coat of arms from the Technical Museum of Slovenia in Bistra. So the Technical Museum of Slovenia in Bistra is approximately 20 kilometers from here. It is important for Slovenian culture. You can find there a lot of objects from Slovenian techniques and technology and everyday life in Slovenia. And you can find also a lot of objects of different fields like agriculture, forestry, and wood making. Even it's more interesting that you can find a car collection from our Yugoslavian president Josip Broz Tito. But for us, the Technical Museum of Slovenia in Bistra houses a wooden coat of arms, which was our object of research. On this picture, you can see a wooden coat of arms from the Technical Museum in Bistra. We took an invitation from the curator, Mr. Leon Zimmerman, to research this object. And he told us that is maybe a copy of the original, which is located in the church, St. Joseph. So that was only on the oral tradition. There is no written sources. So we start to investigate our object. But after a little investigation, together with the curator, Mr. Leon Zimmerman, we find that the original is really in the Church of St. Joseph above press area. On the first picture, you can see the church. It's also important for the Slovenian culture because represents a Baroque style for Slovenian, Baroque architecture style for Slovenia. Inside the church, you can find the 3 altars and 1 pulpit, which is from the wooden, decorated richly with Baroque paintings. And for us, it was most important that original wooden coat of arms, which is inside the church. Okay. So, and the church is located on the Kamnik pod Krimov on the hill Mlečnik. So before the sampling, we explain everything to the curator, Mr. Leon Zimmerman. And we start with the samplings. We start with the body. After that, we take the sample from the wing, and after that from the pin. Why? Because on the look, the visual look, you can see the tree. Okay, it's work. You can see from the back, maybe the sculpture is made from the different wood. So our goal was to determine the wood species of this sculpture. Sampling methods: we use the sharp blade for the samples, and the water for make the wood softer. For samples E and B, the slides were taken in all 3 xylotomical planes. For the sample C, it was a little bit hard, so only a transfer section was taken due to sampling limitation. And after collection, all samples were labeled and stored in the individual containers with water for the next analyze, which was in our lab in chair of wood science. So in the lab, we do the microscopic analyze. The samples were transferred to microscope slides, and we put our samples on the microscopic glass with drop of glycerine that ensure the good optical clarity and prevents the material from drying out. We prepared the semi-permanent microscope slides. And we have our slides for the next analyze. And the results, using microscopic analyze, we identified linden wood. Why is linden wood? It's softer and easy for the handmaking. And all the 3 pieces of the object was the linden wood. Next to the linden wood is most used the poplar, alden, or the maple. Okay, for the anatomical, the cross-section, vessels are distributed in diffuse pores pattern. Vessels are individual, okay, like here, or in a group like 2, 3, or maybe like 4 and more. They are small to medium size, numerous, and they have angular shape, like you can see on this here. For the radial section, they are homogeneous structures composed of horizontal parenchyma cells, and the vessels have the simple perforation with spiral thickenings. You can see on this picture here. Maybe it's not the clearest. And the tangential section, rays are visible mostly 2 to 4 in a number, and the height of the rays is approximately 30 to 50. And all of these, tangential, radial, and the cross section, is characteristic for the linden wood. And for the conclusion, all the samples from our object was the linden wood, so there is no different. Why is linden wood? Like I said, it's soft and easiest to work with him. Our quality analysis from our lab proved that, and it is important for the Slovenian culture heritage. And for the future, we want to make the same research, but on the original wooden coat of arms.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Was the coat of arms? So, was the coat of arms made of 3 different pieces that were glued together or one single piece?
3 pieces and more pieces glued together.
Were they glued together or some other?
To make a comment, it was joined with different iron sticks, and also we still don't know exactly what the pins that she showed on the back actually what was their purpose. So it's still a few things to investigate.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving to our next presentation, I would like to invite Michelle Vidovic, who will be presenting us 2 methods for measuring surface pH and conductivity on a bronze sculpture.
Oops. Okay. Hello, my name is Michelle, and I am a student of conservation and restoration of art at the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana. So I had the opportunity to work on a conservation and restoration project that focused on a bronze sculpture. The work was carried out at the Restoration Center of the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia, and the project finished in May last year. So today I would like to present the 2 different ways of how we went about measuring the pH and the electrical conductivity on the surface of the artwork. So firstly, I would like to briefly define our 2 key parameters. pH is a quantitative measure of acidity or basicity of an aqueous solution. And it basically translates the values of the concentration of the hydrogen ion into numbers between 0 and 14. The electrical conductivity is a measure of how well an electric current passes through a liquid. And ideally, we would measure the ion concentration with ion exchange chromatography, but it is not so readily accessible. So we do this indirectly through the measurement of conductivity. So you might ask, why are we even interested in the pH and conductivity on a bronze sculpture? So we know that salts attract and hold water. So when the water dissolves the salt, it releases free ions. These then conduct electricity and enable electrochemical reactions, leading to corrosion. So if we have, for example, chloride ions on the bronze in the presence of moisture and oxygen, they will react with copper ions, and this will form an unstable copper chloride. And this is how bronze disease starts. Copper chloride then further reacts to produce hydrochloric acid and other corrosion products. And during this, the expansion of volume happens, meaning mechanical damage to the bronze as well as the chemical damage, which is due to the acid production. And this is why bronze disease is a autocatalytic and progressive process. So we are investigating whether surface conditions indicate this bronze disease or the risk of its development. Higher conductivity indicates a higher presence of dissolved ions and salts, and low pH reflects acidic conditions. But bronze disease cannot be confirmed in this way. The measurement of these 2 parameters was carried out on this bronze sculpture, Žanica, which translates into the Reaper Woman. It is a work by Zdenko Kalin. It was created in 1947, and it was cast using the lost wax technique. It is presented in a park, Brdo Park near Kran. So when the sculpture was brought in for conservation, we firstly documented its condition. The surface of a bronze sculpture exposed to outdoor weathering factors is typically very unhomogeneous. We observed dirt deposits, black microbial growth, and what we saw was different types of patina present. Light green patina was in areas exposed to rain. Meanwhile, we noted the darker grayish to brownish and blue-green patina in more sheltered areas. Now, to measure these two parameters, we used for the first method a rigid agarose gel. We prepared a 3% solution in distilled water, of agarose in distilled water, and we heated it up, and then we poured it on a petri dish to form a gel. The two gel pieces were then put on a chosen surface for 3 minutes. One was then transferred to the pH meter, and the other gel piece was then transferred to the conductometer. The pH ranged roughly from 6 to 7 across the surface, and very high conductivity was observed in areas that had visibly present salt crystals. Areas that were regularly washed by rain showed slightly lower values, while sheltered areas had higher conductivity. As well as higher conductivity was noticed on the plinth or the base where water accumulates. Moving on to the second method, this time we brushed and rinsed the surface with clean water for about 5 minutes, using half a liter of water for each section. And at the same time, we collected the runoff water in plastic containers. The samples were then measured, and what we noted was area 4 had higher conductivity, likely because when the water runs off, it collects in this area of the plinth, bringing iron species from all the upper areas. Now, the choice of method depends on the research question and our area of interest. The agarose gel is especially useful for capturing small and local variations in the surface, and I recommend using this method before and after the cleaning process. Meanwhile, the washing method offers sort of a broader overview of the surface condition, but it is less sensitive to local conditions. It can potentially overlook smaller problematic areas. And I recommend using this method during the cleaning process. So since the surface of an outdoor bronze is not homogeneous, it is important that we do strategically select areas of measurement. I think using both approaches allows for a comprehensive understanding of the surface, of the state of the work, and they are complementary. But these types of measurements are methodologically demanding, can involve some uncertainty, but these methods are very often used in our field. It is understood as the least bad way to go about measuring these parameters. So consistency in method is very important here. Applying the same amount of water in each washing, ensuring good contact between the agarose gel and the bronze surface, as well as between the agarose gel and the electrodes. The methods can support an informed conservation decision, can help identify areas of high risk of damaging corrosion, and thus conservators can target treatments more efficiently. They are affordable, non-destructive, field-friendly methods. And I think that a wider use of these methods on outdoor bronze would allow comparative studies and improve understanding of the thresholds between stable conditions and those that do accelerate harmful corrosion. Yeah, I would like to thank Nina Žbona, my mentor and project lead, Emanuela Querini, Simonetta Gerbezza for guidance, and my colleague Silvo Metelko, and Blas Šeme, my mentor from the Academy. And of course, thank you very much to the Society of Emerging Professionals in Heritage Science Slovenia for this opportunity. And I wish a nice conference day ahead.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, then we will continue.
Everything clear.
Okay. So I would like to invite our next speaker, and there Mansa Buk, Hend Mahmoud Ibrahim Erefei, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, and Jana Kolar, who will be presenting us analysis of selected works by Srečko Kosovel using FTIR, MIR, and NIR.
Thank you very much. I am Mansa Buk, and today I will present our analysis of select works of the Slovene poet Srečko Kosovel with FTIR, and VNIR methods. The project was done as a collaboration between the Faculty of Chemistry and Chemical Technology and National and University Library in Ljubljana. So, as an introduction, Srečko Kosovel is, as I assume you know, one of Slovenia's most prominent poets. However, he died extremely young, only 22 years of age. So the time sequence of his written works remains partially unanswered. Even the literary experts have different opinions how his style evolved. So our project is a different approach to dating, a chemical approach to dating, which could support literary historian previous analysis. It was done on 50 selected manuscripts, 14 of which were dated, and the rest, so 38 undated. The first method was Fourier transformation infrared spectroscopy. Here we did one measurement per sample because it is microinvasive. And the results were 3 distinct clusters of ink. So in our project, we analyzed the ink, not the paper support, because the paper support varies and could not provide very valuable information used for dating. The clusters showed moderate overall separation. Here on the model on your right-hand side, you can see that there is some overlap, which isn't great. So we did a complementary method, which is NIR. Here we did 3 measurements of both ink and paper support, since NIR is completely non-invasive. And also the results showed 3 distinct clusters. However, in one of the clusters, only one element is present, so it could be eliminated as an outlier. The separation of clusters is better than the one with FTIR. To check, we also did clustering without subtracted paper, which showed better distinction between clusters. However, that is not useful for our analysis because we are not interested in paper support, and paper support has no link to dating. Then we fused the result using a multi-block approach. All the spectra were first smoothed with standard normal variate, with standard normal variate normalization and a Savitsky-Golay filter. Then here we took first 5 principal components from each block. So from Ftir, Nir, and Vanir. So we got a 50-dimensional space. The clusters were similar to results of individual methods. So we see that cluster 1 has moderate overall stability, cluster 2 has low overall stability, and cluster 3 has pretty high overall stability. The stability was determined with silhouette width, with the method, yes, of silhouette width. So what does that mean for dating, which was the aim of our project? One cluster covered, the yellow one, covered the whole timeline where when Srećko Kusovil was writing his works. So that is from the year 1919 to 1926, which shows that his ink was pretty homogeneous. Here we assume a typical iron gold ink. What is interesting is the gray cluster. The gray cluster covers only the last 2 years of Kusovil's life and could be most useful for determining how his writing style evolved. If we see the timeline, so the graph on the right, the median year was estimated for pseudodating. The hollow circles are pseudodated, and the full circles are the ones with confirmed dates. So we compared the ink used on dated and undated manuscripts. Here we see in the gray cluster, there were different literary styles. There was a poem that was written as an impressionistic poem. Then there was one poem that was really expressionistic, and one poem that is the model of constructivism. It even has in it the words constructivism, constructivistic principle, constructivist. So this analysis was a proof of concept, which would be much more useful if we did the whole opus, or if the whole opus is not possible, a wider selection of documents, because only 50 manuscripts were used in the analysis compared to 1,000 that is Kosovel's whole opus. What is interesting is that the results had little relation to initial visual conversation, to initial visual observations, which means that the ink is different than what we would see. Two inks could look completely different to the naked eye and are chemically the same ink. So even though this research is only a proof of concept, it has potential, and it would be a great opportunity to explore it more on a wider selection of documents. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Was the final dating only done on the inks or also on the paper?
Only on the inks, because as you see, Kosovil was a very poor student, and he wrote on papers from different ages, so really old, and it was also just after World War I, so paper was scarce, and he used everything he could. So there isn't really any correlation between the age of paper and the timeline in which the poem was written. So here we estimated that the ink would be our best bet.
So were the inks different?
The inks were chemically different, yes. The one that covered the yellow one that covered the whole spectra, as I said, we estimate an iron gold ink, which was the most common. And the other ones are perhaps a mixture of logwood, which is an ink made from a specific plant that was mostly used in France. So they could be mixtures. They are chemically different, yes. That's it.
So I would like to invite our next presenter, Sara Semeraro, Gianluca Mazzei, Candida Mofa, Fabio Porzio, Anna Candida Felici, who will present us in situ multi-analytical investigation of a 17th century oil painting, the case of Christ taken prisoner from the Galleria dell'Accademia Nazionale di Santa Luca in Rome, Italy.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to speak about my master thesis work, and the title was previously said by the presenter. Let me show you a brief introduction about the artist. And we are talking about a late Mannerist painter and Giuseppe Cesari, better known as Cavalier d'Arpino. His work are present mostly in Rome and in Naples. And one of the most important information about him is that he was one of the masters of Michelangelo Merisi during his Roman period. Michelangelo Merisi is better known as Caravaggio, so quite important. Concerning the painting, it is an early 17th painting, is an all-in-all panel. It represents one of the most famous signs of Ancient Testament, the taking of Christ, and is located in Rome in the Galleria dell'Accademia Nazionale di San Luca. And that is basically a museum with a very long name. And last but not least, this painting was subjected in 2017 to a restoration work. The purposes of our study were basically three. And first of all, we want to discover, to detect the pigment used by the painter, to detect the possible presence of overpaintings, and at last, to locate precisely the area or the areas of restoration work. To achieve this task, we use two different approaches: point analysis to detect the pigment, and imaging analysis to detect overpainting and restoration work. More specifically, point analysis consisted in fiber optic reflectance spectroscopy and X-ray fluorescence in energy dispersion mode. You can see the point, which mean the different technique used. And concerning the imaging technique, we use multispectral imaging with the different filters, which allow us to carry out infrared reflection, UV reflection, infrared phase color, UV phase color, and UV fluorescence. Let me show a very brief recap about the techniques. X-ray fluorescence is an elemental technique and consists in the detection of characteristic X-ray emitted from a specimen after its excitation with other X-rays. Instead, fiber optic reflectance spectroscopy is reflectance spectroscopy is so a molecular techniques which consists in the measurement of the light reflected from a specimen, usually in the range between 300, 400, and 1000 nanometers. And after we obtain a characteristic spectrum of the compound. Instead, multispectral imaging, as I said before, is an imaging techniques, and it consists in acquiring different images thanks to different filters inside the
detector. So these allow to detect details that are not visible to the naked eye. Concerning the principal results about pigments. So we detect both natural and synthetic pigments. Concerning blue areas, we detect azurite, that is a copper carbonate, and principally azurite. And thanks to force, we detect also an aero-based pigment, but it was not possible to say specifically which type of earth was used. Concerning the gray areas, Cavalier d'Alpino used verdigris, that is a copper acetate, and green earth, that is an aero-based pigment. Gray areas, a mixture between amber earth and white lead. And dark brown areas were principally painted with amber sienna and amber sienna, and the lighter shadows were mixed with Naples yellow. Instead, skin tone was made with a mixture of vermilion or cinnabar, that is a mercury sulfide. Cinnabar is the natural version, vermilion is the synthetic version, and white lead, that is a carbonate, a lead carbonate. We detect two interesting details. The first one concerns the Chris robe, the red Chris robe, and we detect that with XRF we detect cinnabar or vermilion thanks to the element highlighted you can see. And of course, the red ochre, thanks to the presence of iron and manganese. But with force, we detect a Madder Lake, that is an organic pigment. Another important result concerned the yellow areas, in particular Naples yellow, because with XRF we detect the presence of zinc, and we concluded that where was used Naples yellow prepared with tutia, that is an impure zinc oxide, is a subproduct of the production of zinc, and it was used in that years as an additive to produce this type of pigments. Multispectral imaging revealed two different overpainting. The first you can see in the square, an overpainting concerning the Chris mantle, and the most important detail is an arm. With the naked eye, the naked man arm is straight. Instead, with multispectral imaging, we detect the original position of the man arm, and you can see the fingers here. And last, thanks to multispectral imaging, and we localized the area of the 2017 restoration work. So the conclusion of our work was that thanks to these techniques, we have a comprehensive overview about the painting in a totally portable and non-invasive manner. So this is important because sometimes specimens are too fragile to be to be bring in the lab. So we wanted to emphasize another time the importance of non-invasive, not only non-invasive approach, but also techniques carried out with portable instruments. So before concluding, I want to thank another time all my colleagues. Thanks to them, I'm here and I finished the analysis too. Thank again to Fabio Porzio, Candida Moffa, Anna Candida Felici, e Gianluca Mazzei. That's all for me.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Okay, good. That's great. So I would like to invite our next presenter, Nadine Yasser, El Hossein Moudwit, and yours El Said. I'm so sorry for the pronunciation, who will presenting us early deterioration in the 20th century oil paintings, a multi-technique analytical study. Oh, and they are on the Zoom. I don't know.
Good morning. Can I share my presentation via Zoom?
Are you online?
Yes.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we don't hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know.
I can share my screen.
Okay.
Just a second.
Thank you very much.
She's already sharing.
And today I will present our analysis of select works of the Slovene poet Srečko Pustović.
Excuse me, we don't see your screen.
Just one moment.
Yes, I can share it because there is another share.
Between the Faculty of Chemistry and Chemical Technology and National and University Library in Ljubljana.
Excuse me.
So, as an introduction, Srečko Pustović.
Okay.
Is it?
How is it possible?
Excuse me. Oh.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can share your screen. We don't see it.
Of course, but I can't because there's another share on the screen.
Okay.
Zoom,
Okay,
don't
try
let
it
me.
now.
Right now?
Okay. Is it clear?
Wait. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the deletion.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Nadine Yasser. I'm a teaching assistant at the Faculty of Archaeology, Damietta University. My study today entitled Early Deterioration in 20th Century Oil Paintings, a multi-technique analytical study. This research is part of my master's thesis under supervision of Prof. Yusra Said and Prof. El Hossein Moudwit. I will be your presenter today for this research. Okay. First, we know that 20th century isn't that historical or this ancient monuments, but although it's less than 100 years old, they sometimes exhibit an unexpected and severe damage, which can be attributed to several factors. First, the use of modern unstudied synthetic materials with a lot of additives and their interactions between each other and the painting layers, and the presence of new products from these interactions, such as the metal soaps, which is a notable deterioration factor in the 20th century and contemporary paintings. Our aim today is to study and analyze this mechanisms and this effect on the paintings and why there's this early severe damage. Our case study today is a painting from a private collection. It dates between 1950 and 1960. The artist's signature is S and J Salama. Okay, this painting, the dating of this painting was a little bit difficult because the signature of the artist was already damaged, as we will see in the observations. And there is the painting has no information, as we mentioned. It's from a private collection, and you will ask why would be interesting in a maybe unknown painting. This is because it was a group of pictures, and this is this painting shows severe damage. So we wanted to understand why this damage happened. And the dating, we rely on this tiered ticket we saw in the behind of the painting. The dating goes by this telephone number with five digits. And this is a sign for telephone numbers in Egypt in the 16th and 15th. And with analysis, we assure this dating. Okay, our observations. Surely this was insect damage. The stretching frame was completely damaged with insects. When we move the painting, we see insects all over the place. The attachment of the canvas, maybe fully detachment. There was a weird technique, color bulks in the painting, color flakes, the tiered signature here, and punctures, holes, and staining all over the painting. The focus on study was that separation and flakes and the network of cracks was only in the bright colors, or specifically the colors mixed with white painting, white pigment, sorry. Okay, our protocol to study this separation and the severe damage, 3 stages. First, visual and structural examination, optical X-rays. Second, chemical analysis. We used SIM-EDX, GC-MES, and XRD. Third stage was molecular analysis with Raman and FTIR spectroscopy. Okay, this is a map of sampling. Samples was taken from an already detaching flakes. Micro samples was taken, and the sample we use for all of the protocol. We didn't need another samples. Yeah. Okay, first sample from this part. It's ultramarine plus zinc white. Second sample from this part. It's ultramarine blue. Third sample from this part. It's earth green plus zinc white. Fourth sample, yellow ochre. Fifth sample was a mixing
this of the road part. This from this part, it's a mix of color, not pure pigment or brown pigment. And for the shadows, it was a carbon black. Okay. First of all, of our results, SEM and edX. For the canvas, we had a linen plane wave canvas. We assured this with 40 micro pictures. Of course, we had all the devices, all the samples in the analysis, but the focus was on this part. For the sample number 1, the sky blue, with a magnification of 9,000, we can see micro cracks and fully detachment and crushed like pigments and dust particles. And in edX, we can see here the pigment shows zinc, sodium, oxygen, and silicon. This gives us first interpretation that we had an ultramarine blue, but we need to reassure. Okay. The cross-section analysis or investigation, we use the stereo microscope, and this shows us the layers of the painting. We have, as we mentioned, 1/1 plain linen, and a sizing coat, a real great sizing coat. It shows everything, and it's really inside the canvas. And for the ground, it's a gypsum and calcium carbonate mixed with animal glue. First, in the cross section, we saw something like crystals, not from the glue or the ground, in the pigment layer. In literature, this seems like zinc soap and rich gel phase, but we need to reassure. So in FTIR and Raman, we saw the peaks clearly for the formation of saponification crystals, and this also confirmed the presence of animal glue and gypsum in the ground. The peaks for carboxylate, saponification carboxylate in 1550 and 1460. The GC results was primarily for assuring the oil binder. We had an palmatic over stearic ratio with 2.8 and superic over azelaic ratio for 0.23, and oleic over stearic ratio was 0.53. Ratios indicate the oil is a raw, non-treated, low oleic acid walnut oil, and this needs more studying because the oleic acid over stearic acid ratio needs more studying. For more assuring, XRD for the same pigment was conducted. The presence of zinc oxide was a 47%. This assures that zinc white is in our mixture. Discussions. For the visual observation, surely mechanical damage cannot be denied, but the main course of the study is that cracks and the damage is only in one side, not in the other. It's in the right side. And for the analytical evidence, we assured that there is zinc white confirmed by EDX and XRD and Raman. The pigment is a synthetic, fully synthetic formula. Oil binder is in intermediate aging. Okay. Synthetic formulas by XR, sorry. Synthetic formulas makes us think that the pigment is fully saturated with oil, even as it's the oil binder we already assured with GC, and the synthetic oil in the tube already, and detected zinc white and walnut oil. It indicates the soaps carboxylate and oxidation results, but the O over S ratios is consistent with the estimated dating of the painting. Okay, if we going back for the ratios, P over S ratio is clearly for walnut oil, but O over S ratios is it gives us that the oil is an intermediate aging process, not fully deteriorated, as we can see in the painting statue. So we can assure that there's more deterioration will be happen. So in the further conservation work, we can assure that we prohibit this this future deterioration. Okay, the state of this rapid saponification indicates that it was stored in a high humidity environment, and so this all could be assured in the next environment that we will keep this painting in after the conservation process. Thank you for listening. It's my pleasure to be with you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? There are none. So I would like to thank you again.
Thank you.
Then I would like to call our last presenter, Youssef Saad, Hemdan El Mitwali, El Hossein Mouvet, and Yosr El Sayed. Are you in present? Are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Online, so thank you. Who will presenting us evaluation of cutting-edge foam-based cleaning techniques in conversation of mural paintings. Thank you. You can share your screen with us.
Now I want to share my screen, but there is a screen shared while now I can't share.
Okay, thank you.
I can't see. There's a problem.
What's the problem?
I can't see my shared screen.
He can see his share screen. He can. Yeah, but he can't. Yeah.
Okay, now I can see it.
Okay, good. We see it too.
Good morning. My name is Yusuf Saad Ahmed Mohammed Al-Fayyad, teaching assistant at Department of Conservation, Damietta University. Today, I will present my research about foam-based cleaning techniques in the conservation of marine painting. This study focuses on a safe and low-cost and effective cleaning method, especially for sensitive temperamental paintings. So, I would like to thank my supervisors, Dr. Yusr Azrigal and Dr. Himdan Rabia Ataya and Dr. Hussein Ali Maawad for their support. Moral paintings, risks and conservation. Moral paintings are very important because they record the history and daily life and artistic development, but they are very fragile, especially tempera painting, which are sensitive for water. They suffer from dirt and stains and salts and the biological growth. So we need cleaning method is safe, gentle, and very low moisture for sensitive moral paintings. There is our research gap, which we are studied with which why we are studied the foam-based cleaning method. Type of stains and deterioration. This slide shows the main type of stains and the deterioration on moral painting. The surface can be damaged by foreign matter like dust, soot, grease, fibers, and other deposits. Some of this dirt stays on the surface, but some of these stains go inside the pores of the material, which causing darkening and discoloration of the surface. These materials can also support microbial growth and weaken the painting. So dirt is not only visual problem, which we can see it, it's also a material problem. Disadvantage of traditional cleaning method. The question is why we need a new cleaning method for sensitive morals. The answer is traditional cleaning method like mechanical, chemical, physical, biological methods have many disadvantages. Mechanical cleaning may damage the weak surface. Physical method like laser cleaning is very expensive and need expert control. Chemical cleaning may be toxic and may leave some residues. Biological cleaning is a more specialized method and need and always easy to use. So there is a need for a safe and easy and low cost, greener and more controlled cleaning method. The foam cleaning approach. What is foam? Foam cleaning means gas bubbles are dispersed in liquid and stabilized by surfactant, which we can see in the figure number 1. This creates a semi-solid cleaning materials. Its main advantage are less the chemical and give a high control to use and very low surface wetting. Foam cleans by absorbing dirt and lifting it and removing it from the surface. This works at 3 cleaning mechanisms, which we can see in figure 2, called imbibition and doping action and drainage. Foam also useful for a vertical surface and leaves very little residue on the surface. Synthesis of foam system, surfactant. How we synthesize the foam system. In this study, we used 3 surfactants, 3 types of surfactants. The first surfactant is LSLES, sodium dilysyl ether sulfate, which is the main foaming agent and the cleaning agent. The second surfactant is cocamide dipropyl bentane, which is amphoteric surfactant. So I will open the laser, which is amphoteric surfactant, which improves the foam stability and makes the system milder. The third surfactant is cocamide DAA, which is non-ionic surfactant. Helps for stabilize the foam and increase the viscosity. The solvent system we use is distilled water and ethanol. Together, these materials create a stable and effective foam system. Methodology and internal solvent screening. At this stage, we test the solvent system. First, we measured the pH to keep the cleaner near natural and safe for the molar painting. Then we tested the foam height with the foam column test, and the foam decay. So we also studied the contact time and the wetting on the purpose surface. The best solvent mixture was solution 4, gives the excellent foam, which contain 60 millimeter of ethanol and 20 millimeter of water. This gives a good foam and stability. Surfactant optimization and the final formulation. After that, we optimize the surfactant constructions to get the best formula in use, increasing SLES in this graph, increase the foam height, and give the best result in 20 millimeter of sodium dilysulfate. For cocamide propyl bentane, a 3 milli gives the best formula. 5 milli of cocamide DAA gives the best formula. This final formula showing a high foam stability and the natural pH, control wetting for the surface, and the minimal reduce in the surface. This made it stable for sensitive temperature molar bending and frescos. Safety evaluation, cytotoxicity. There is a question, we must answer it. Is our foam safe for human to use? The answer compared to another cleaning method, foam is considered the safest for human and controlled surface. This slide shows the safety evaluation using HFF1 human skin fibroblast cells. The result shown that toxicity increased when construction increased. The CEC50 value is 0.67. This is 0.76. And based on this, we report suggest 1% is the maximum construction for work. For very sensitive surface, 0.5 and 0.75% is severe. This means the cleaner should be used in low construction and with short time contact. Antimicrobial activity. There is another question. Is our foam used for cleaning only? The answer, here we tested the cleaner against fungi and yeast related to molar bending by duration. The 10% of cleaner give a strongest antimicrobial effect, but the mixture of 1% cleaner with 0.05% zinc oxide also give period activity. This is what we used because this local construction is better for because it's reduce chemical load and the moisture risk. So we recommended working mixture was 1% cleaner plus 0.05% zinc oxide. This is the recommended work mixture. Preparation of tempera mockups samples. At this stage, to test the cleaner, we prepared the tempera mockups samples. First, ceramic tiles were coated with lime mortar and white plaster layer. Then, natural pigments were mixed with egg yolk, tempera, and applied to the surface. After drying, we add artificial soiling made from sand, kaolin, soot, sawdust, and lime. This creates a realistic samples to simulate edged, which we can see in these figures. Application for best cleaning agent. In this slide, we can see cleaning process in the mockup samples. A 1% working solution was prepared and transformed into stable foam. The foam was applied in a dirty painted surface for 5 minutes. Then we removed gently with soft cleaning swab. The final result showed a clear cleaning and recovery of original colors. This confirms that foam can clean effectively with limited mechanical action. There's no any mechanical action, just foam on surface. Colorimetric evaluation of cleaning efficiency. Here we used a color measurement to evaluate cleaning efficiency. The edged sample showed the very high color difference because a heavy soiling after cleaning, the color difference decreased strongly. Recovery increased, and recovery ranged from 76 and 92%. The best result was for the red colors, which we can see in this graph, followed closely by yellow colors. So the foam cleaner removed the dirt effectively without causing any acceptable of color change. Scanning electron microscope imaging and E-RIHS microanalyze. This slide shows electron microscope and E-RIHS analyze before and after cleaning. Same image shows that dirty surface become cleaner and more ordered after treatment, which we can see in this figure. E-RIHS also showed a strong decrease in carbon, which you can see, we can see here, and the oxygen and calcium deposited. At the same time, the substrate and texture was still preserved. This means cleaner removed surface deposited well without any aggressive overcleaning. Evaluation by Raman spectroscopy. We first see the color change and see morphology of the surface by SEM. Now we want to study the bender before and after cleaning. Raman spectroscopy was tested to study the bender before and after cleaning. After cleaning, the fluorescence background, after cleaning, the fluorescence background become lower and the spectrum become cleaner. The carbon band become weaker, which means soot and carbon and rich deposited were removed. At the same time, bender-related signal, which we can see here, become very clearer. This is very important because it shows selective cleaning. The dirt was removed, but X-tempera bender was preserved.
Sorry, just to inform you that you have about 3 to 4 minutes left.
Okay. Okay, now. Foam various gel cleaning system. In this part, we compared foam cleaning with 3 gel system. There was agar gel and agar borax gel with different construction of ethanol. AGE9, AGE15, BAAG, and the foam system. All systems were applied with the same protocol and the same contact time. To evaluate, the evaluation include photography and microscopy and the colorimetry and SEM and E-RIHS to make the comparison fair and direct. Comparative cleaning performance. This slide shows the comparison result. Foam gives the best overall cleaning performance. It showed the most uniform brightening and the best edge control. AGE9 also enhanced cleaning strongly, but it left some reduces in the surface. Agar and borax give a moderate result. AG15 gives a middle cleaning, but gives the best control, edge control after foam. So overall, foam was the best cleaning system. Application photography and the microscopic observation. This slide presents the visual and the microscopic comprehension between the 4 systems. The photographs show that the foam system removed the dirt, then the other. The microscopic image also supports the result. Foam produced the cleaner and more uniform surface with low reduce than the gel system, which we can see the gel system and the foam system. So both large-scale image and the microscopic observation give the same conclusion. Conclusion. In conclusion, we optimized a foam cleaning system, showed high cleaning efficiency and good safety. It's removed soot and surface dirt effectively with color recovery between 76 and 92%. It also preserved the bender and protected the pigment layer and kept the substrate intact. Compared with traditional gel system, foam was a strong and safe alternative for water-sensitive mural paintings. And in final, I want to say thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, you can.
Is the foam solution applicable only to tempera colors or also some other types of pigments? Or are they formulated specifically for the tempera?
I can't hear what
Come to the microphone. Yes.
I can't hear. Everything's okay? Hello?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. I only wanted to ask whether the solution was applicable only to tempera pigments or also to other kinds.
No. It's for all artifact. It's we tested it in oil painting and also tested it in wooden artifact. It's give good result with all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Any more questions? So yeah, we finished our first panel presentation. Program. Okay, so we finished our first panel of presentation. So I'm opening up a discussion. If anyone wants to add to anything, we had some great presentations from wood analysis to paintings and pigments. So are there any questions, discussions? No? If not, then we will have our first coffee break and we'll see you here in 11:30. So we have a long break because we are ahead of our time. So thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a wonderful break. We will start our second section now, the second panel of presentations, beginning with Felipe F. Meneses with protective coatings based on nanocelluloses and bleached lignin for cultural heritage conservation.
Hi everyone, my name is Felipe Ferreira Menezes. I'm a master's student at University of Campinas, Unicamp in Brazil, and I'm here to present a bit of my master's research entitled Protective Coatings based on nanocelluloses and bleached nanolignin for cultural heritage conservation. Before starting to get into the results, I would like to give a quick introduction about the philosophy of our research group there in Brazil. So what we do is that we take lignocellulosic biomasses and isolate the components of these biomasses, such as the cellulose fibers, which then we transform into cellulose nanofibrils and cellulose nanocrystals, and the bulk lignin that we can transform into lignin nanoparticles. So the idea here is to go from residues, from these lignocellulosic residues, to nanomaterials. And for this work specifically, the feedstock that we used is the sugarcane bagasse, which is an agro-industrial surplus in Brazil. And from that, by doing a pre-treatment, we can extract this cellulose-rich substrate, which then we transform into this aqueous dispersion of cellulose nanofibrils, CNF, by doing a tempo-mediated oxidation and a mechanical fibrillation. And in nanoscale, we have this appearance for the CNF, which is this elongated and flexible fibril. Also, from the same cellulose-rich substrate, we can perform an acid hydrolysis to obtain the aqueous dispersion of cellulose nanocrystals, which, different from the previous one, it's short, rigid, and highly crystalline. From the residue of the nanocellulose obtained, we have this lignin-rich alkaline liquor, which then we can precipitate this black powder, which is the bulk lignin, and from that we can solubilize it and add water, so we can have this spherical lignin nanoparticle by self-assembly mechanism. And we can use these nanoparticles to make many materials for different areas, for different research. And for my case specifically, the idea is to use them for artwork conservation, more specifically for cellulosic artwork conservation. And as you may know it, cellulose degrades mainly from this synergical mechanism between photooxidation and acid hydrolysis, and also by the effects of some microorganisms when it's not properly stored. And the idea here is to mix those particles so we can have a protective coating that is going to be applied into the surface of the cellulosic material. And by mixing those particles, the idea is to combine the very interesting properties of those materials, such as the mechanical and optical properties of nanocellulose and the protective properties of nanolignin, such as having antioxidant, UV shielding, and antimicrobial capacity. And now getting more into the results, as I showed before and showing here again, lignin has one big problem though, which is its intense dark color. And considering that the idea here is to make a coating that is going to be applied into the surface of an artwork, you cannot change the visual aspect of it because most of its value is related to its appearance. So for that, we developed some bleaching methods to get lighter lignin. So the first one is more simple, using only hydrogen peroxide, which gives this HP lignin. And the other one uses a mixture of hydrogen peroxide and citric acid, which gives this lighter HPCA lignin. And of course, besides the visual statement of it, we could also measure the colorimetric parameters in the CIE color space. And what we observed is an increase in the L parameter, which is related to material lightness, and a small increase in the B parameter, which is related to material yellowness. So what is this saying to us is that we could move from this dark brown intensive color to more light pale yellow hues. And of course, with those treatments, we also have chemical modifications, especially with the increase of some more oxygenated groups in this oxidized lignin, such as the increase of carbonyl and carboxyl content and of esters, ethers groups. But to analyze the extent of those modifications, we also performed an elemental analysis of those oxidized lignin, and we observed only a slight decrease in the carbon content, along with a slight increase in the oxygen content. And those differences are not that big. So to further characterize it, we also performed the gel permeation chromatography. And here, although we can see a clear trend of reducing the molecular weight with the oxidation as we go from the non-oxidized one to the most oxidized one, those differences are not that big. So we could conclude that we did not have any significant changes in the molecular weight. So in general, joining those two results, what we could conclude is that the chemical changes that we were making were sufficient to modulate the properties of the lignin without altering its intrinsic structure. And more interesting than the bulk powder lignin is the nanolignin, because when we make this transition from the macro scale to the nanoscale, we have even lighter color and a higher surface area. And that leads to a lowering of the chromophoric bulk density of the material, and that's why we have lighter dispersions. And as I said before, this higher surface area also leads to enhanced properties. In fact, when we compare the protective properties of the lignin, of the bulk macro lignin to the nanolignin, as we can see here, apparently they have the same absorbance and same protection. What is truly amazing here is that we could achieve the same level of performance using a concentration 1,000 times lower of the nanolignin. Another interesting property of lignin is the antioxidant capacity. And here we can clearly see a trend of reducing the antioxidant capacity as we go from the unmodified to the most oxidized one, which is reasonable considering that during the oxidation process, we have a modification of the phenolic hydroxyl groups present in lignin, which are the most responsible for the antioxidant capacity. And however, when we transition again from macro scale to nanoscale, we see an increase in performance. So what is happening here is that during the self-assembly mechanism, we are organizing those groups into the surface of the nanoparticle. So basically, when we go from the macro scale to the nanoscale and oxidize these, we organize those groups into the surface of our nanosphere, and those hydroxyl groups and newly generated carboxyl and carbonyl groups are more available to perform, and now we have like smaller scale particles that have a higher surface area and higher properties. And finally, getting to the final result of it all, which is the protective coating itself. From this digital photograph, we can clearly see that the films containing the HPCA lignin, which is the most oxidized one, it's more similar to the one containing no lignin at all, which is this one up there. And when we compare to the one containing the unmodified lignin, we can see that the one containing the unmodified lignin is way darker. And that is a problem for my application specifically. And in fact, we could measure the color difference of those films. And what we observed is that we only surpassed this 3.5 threshold, which is a limit in which a normal person that is not usually working with colorimetric parameters and something can spot a difference between two colors. And we only surpassed this limit when we were using 10% of the most oxidized lignin. And that limit was surpassed way earlier with the other samples, which are more darker. So that highlights the fact that the films containing the most oxidized lignin are more suitable for whiter substrates and color-sensitive applications. And as important as the color, it's the protective property. So we measure the UV absorption by diffuse reflectance spectroscopy. And what we could observe is as we increase the concentration of nanolignin, all of the samples had almost the same level of performance, which is of almost 100% of absorption in the UVC and UVB region, and almost 65% in the UVA. But what is good to see here is that when we are working with the most oxidized one, the HPCA, we have the same level of performance of the dark lignin, but we have higher transparency and lower chromatic impact. So those films containing this light color lignin has the same level of protection against UV radiation, higher transparency in the visible wavelength, and lesser chromatic impact. So as a conclusion of this work and everything, we have that the lignin oxidation is a promising method to significantly alter color and modulate its property. Converting lignin into nanoscale enhances its properties due to the size and molecular organization effects, and that the protective coatings incorporating light-colored nanolignin are less chromatically impactful while maintaining comparable properties. So I would like to thank everyone for the attention, Harry C. for the invitation to be a speaker, and my research group and funding agencies in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for a nice presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I tried a different system in the past before with real substrate, but now I'm working with real substrate here in Ljubljana. So in the future, I hope to have another results about it.
Any other questions? If not, then thank you very much, and we can continue. Next up is Damian Spaleta with the long-term protection of outdoor bronze.
Thank you. My name is Damian Spaleta. I'm a doctoral researcher at the Heritage Science Laboratory of Ljubljana. Today I'll be presenting to you results obtained during my research fellowship at the University of Bologna in the scope of the project called the Medusa Project, Marine Outdoor Bronze Surfaces, a Methodological Approach, which was a collaboration between the CNR Institute of Atmospheric Sciences, CNR Institute of Nanostructural Materials, and the University of Bologna, which basically focus on the developing long-term protection strategies for outdoor bronze in aggressive marine environments. So in the field of bronze conservation, there's a strong need for a systematic approach, for a standardized approach to test and evaluate long-lasting performances of protective treatments for outdoor bronze, especially those that are exposed in aggressive environments such as the marine ones. Within the Medusa project, an analytical strategy is developed for the characterization and monitoring of traditional and environmentally sustainable coating formulations applied on quaternary bronze exposed to industrial, urban marine, and rural marine environments. So in terms of the mock-ups that were produced within this project, 106 as cast and patinated foundry coupons were produced by the Fonderia Artistica Battaglia di Milano, 96 of which were patented with two artistic patinas. One is the liver of sulfur, and the other one is the Verde Messina. And basically, these mock-ups are quaternary bronze mock-ups that are supposed to be representative of real statuary, with specific surface characteristics and finishes. Coatings were applied as well, specifically 3 coatings, one of which is a TR reference coating, the R21 microcrystalline wax, in combination with the common benzotriazole, the corrosion inhibitor. 2 smart nanostructure coatings were developed using nanocarriers beta-cyclodextrin, one of which is we labeled it as T1, the R21 wax plus benzotriazole nanoencapsulated in beta-cyclodextrin, and the T2 innovative is again the microcrystalline wax, R21 ADTA corrosion inhibitor developed in the scope of the project InCare. Again, nanoencapsulated in methyl beta-cyclodextrin. So we produced mock-ups, they were patented, they were coated, and we selected 2 exposure sites. First of all, as you can see here on the left side is the Genoa Marine Exposure Marine Station, which is basically an industrial urban environment. While the second exposure site was selected, which is Capo Granitola, located in the south of Italy in Sicily. And it's a more rural marine environment. During exposure, atmospheric conditions were monitored, and basically, so after patina application, after treatment application, the coupons, these 96 coupons, mock-ups were exposed for 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months of natural weathering, and it's actually still ongoing. Data are being collected. So what is the point? How can we monitor? How can we understand the variability of the different corrosion processes and also the coating performances during the passage of time? We developed a non-destructive protocol, which for the surface properties, the very important surface properties, thickness, eddy current thickness, and roughness measurements were performed. For the chemical properties, we use Vis-Nier hyperspectral imaging, external reflection, FTIR microscopy, and Raman microscopy. While for the visual properties, we use a combination of digital microscopy and spectrocolorimetry. And also another property that was evaluated is the electrochemical properties by the application of electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, which is a highly sensitive technique capable to evaluate quantitatively the corrosion resistance of the bronze or of the protective treatments. And on these mock-ups, we use the standardized grid, which you can see in the photo here, which is basically applied to all of them during the measurements, and there are 5 points with one central point in the middle. I'll give a few examples of the results obtained within the project. So here, example is the optical spectroscopy techniques for the chemical composition identification. We have as I mentioned, micro-FTIR, micro-Raman, and Vis-Nier hyperspectral imaging. First, there was an evaluation of the patina properties. So we can see that the copper nitrate, Messina Verde patina is mostly characterized by copper nitrate hydrated. While after the application of the coatings, we only discern between the wax bands, the wax stretching and banding signals, while no specific signals to the corrosion inhibitors were identified due to the very small concentrations applied. Raman also confirms this, while for the black patina, similar things, but due to the ammonium sulfide application patina, we weren't able to detect any specific signal in the FTIR, but enabled also the detection of some bands representative of the beta-cyclodextrin, while the Raman identified the formation of copper sulfide after the application of the artificial patina. So here an example, what we can do basically is we can compare the different individual spectra at each time. Here you have an example of the MV and MN spectra, FTIR spectra. At Genoa and Capo Granitola, we see basically the formation of OH stretching, but also in MN specifically in Genoa, the formation of copper hydroxychlorides characterized by the OH banding. And we also see a reduction of the wax signals across times. These are actually spectra stacked together at time 0, 3 months, and 6 months of exposure. Well, where does the difficulty arise? The difficulty arises here. I specifically want to mention the amount of data collected. So we have S0 before treatment, S1 after coating application, and then monitoring 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months. We collected 480 FTIR spectra, 288 Raman spectra, 96 hyperspectral cubes, and this data is being repeated more or less the same through all of the different processes. So how can we extract useful information from all of this, from these large data sets, and analyze and understand the performances of protective treatments? We use the chemometric analysis for the FTIR and Raman spectroscopy measurements, for the optical spectroscopy. It follows a system where we basically detect anomalies or check for outliers. We select a pre-processing technique, which in this case, one of them was based on SNV and first derivative. And then we submit it to exploratory multivariate analysis, principal component analysis of the patina and coatings. So here are just some results where I will discuss specifically for the green copper nitrate hydrated patina, because there isn't a lot of time to finalize everything. But at the Genoa station, we see the movement in the score plot of the different time periods. At time 0, we have, as we mentioned, the presence of wax bands and also the copper nitrate. While after 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, the wax bands are still present, but there's a modification and actually a reduction with time. While in Capogranitola, something interesting happens where basically observing also the loading, the score plot, loading plots together with the score plot, we have a loss of the copper nitrate, green copper nitrate patina and coatings after the 6 and 9 months. So due to the fact that in this rural marine environment, the environmental conditions were much harsher. And here is an example where you see the spectra of a time 0 copper nitrate hydrated FTIR spectra, and then you can see basically the complete reduction of signal. Another example, what I wanted to discuss is briefly discuss one of the more innovative approaches that I worked on in this project, is basically the application of multivariate analysis to the electrochemical impedance spectroscopy data. As I mentioned, it's a technique that evaluates barrier properties of coatings, but also corrosion resistance. And a multivariate approach was developed where we first check the consistency, the Kramer-Skroning consistency of this data. This data is complex value. So we first check the Kramer-Skroning consistency, that the real part of impedance respects the imaginary. Then we perform a possible correction of spectra of anomalies through cubic interpolation. We select and pre-process polar coordinates of the impedance and construct a matrix by the juxtaposition of these polar coordinates. And then again, after mean centering is submitted to PCA. So here are some results. You can see basically what was achieved, and is comparable also to the FTIR spectroscopy data, is that we are able to monitor the coating performances over time. Specifically, PCA here separated between the patina and the coatings, all of the patina samples and all of the coatings, both age and non-age, on PC1, while on PC2 we have the separation between age samples and time 0 samples, all of them. So what is possible to understand is that in Genoa, basically all of the coatings, all of the aged coatings are in the same position as in the same side of positive PC1 as the time 0 coatings. This is indicative that the coatings are still present. And basically it was possible to see the clustering of the different exposure time and the movement towards the initial patina samples on the negative PC1. In Capogranitola, what's interesting, what is comparable with the optical spectroscopy data, is basically we have we can see that again on PC1 between patina and coatings, and after 3 months and 6 months, we can observe a gradual loss of coating due to the very aggressive environment. And one other example that uses what we can incorporate all of the data together is basically what was performed with Vis-Near hyperspectral imaging. And I will just give an example here that Vis-Near hyperspectral imaging, we obtain a pixel. We obtain a spectrum per each pixel, the so-called hypercube, and we submit it to PCA, and then we can, the formation of copper hydroxychlorides, this one is for the black patina, are color-coded at different time scales. And as a conclusion, the Medusa project focused on development of robust strategies for the characterization, monitoring of protective treatments for bronze during the course of time. Traditional innovative coatings were evaluated in their capabilities in reducing corrosion rates using a robust non-destructive protocol and incorporating all the data through chemometric analysis. Innovative multivariate strategies were developed for the analysis of chemical and electrochemical data, and they allowed evaluating coating lifespan to realize that the microcrystalline wax coating, after 6 months in a really aggressive environment, is completely lost. And this knowledge is also used this methodology or knowledge is used also for planning conservation campaigns. But also what we managed to do is to compare different exposure sites. In general, formation of copper hydroxychlorides can be observed on MN mockups in urban industrial marine environment in Genoa, with a slow reduction of coating, while in Capo Granito there's a complete loss of coating taking place after the first 6 months. And further evaluation of all the data, so the atmospheric, the analytical data, and so on, collected during the course of the project, will allow the interpretation of all factors influencing the overall protective performances of the developed systems. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and yeah, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? If not, then we can continue with the next presentation. And the next presentation is a study into the bronze sculptures by Isabella Burman.
Okay, perfect. Okay, is that clear? Can everyone hear me? Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and present here today. I'm really grateful to the Heritage Science Committee. Just to start, my name is Isabella Borman. I'm a British art historian from London, and I'm currently studying my PhD for the Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice with the Sapienza University of Rome. And I'd just like to say thank you to both the Sapienza and the Guggenheim Foundation. So my talk is going to be slightly different today. Thank you so much to the other contributors. It's been very interesting to hear about the conservation and the types of materials and science behind it. The focus of my research is the bronze sculptures in the garden of the Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice. And as an art historian, the research that I've been discovering over the last year and a half will be used for future conservation treatment and recommendations for the conservators there. So my PhD is in heritage science, but it's with an art history focus. So just to give a brief introduction for those of you, I'm sure many of you might have visited before, my research focuses on the Guggenheim Garden collection. The collection itself houses around 380 artworks. We have around 80 sculptures. And kind of following on from the last talk as well, the conditions and the climate in Venice is something that's extremely unique with the high levels of humidity, salt. And so these sculptures have been outdoors since 1948 when Peggy Guggenheim purchased the Palazzo. And so over the last 80-year period, they have changed quite a lot in appearance as well. So I'm specializing in key artists of the 20th century, such as Henry Moore, Alberto Giacometti, and Germain Richer. As an art historian, it's my role to put together a comprehensive conservation history of these artworks, finding documentation from when they were first created in the early 1900s to determine how they were created in bronze, the methods used to do this, and how their condition may have changed over this period, especially due to their placement outdoors over the last 80 years. And so in order to do this, a key question in my research is, what was the original intention of the artist with their artwork? So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. In my PhD, my aim is to discover how the artists originally created the work, what their intentions were with its display, and whether this information can now provide crucial evidence in their history in order to inform future conservation treatments. So to allow conservators and curators to determine the history of work and the recommended conservation treatment, ethically, we must ask the question, what was the artist's intention? This is quite a new interdisciplinary area of research between the fields of art history and conservation, but a similar study of outdoor sculpture from 2010 at the Getty in Los Angeles also focused on this area of research. So it's something I'm now continuing with my PhD. They stated that the challenge for conservators lies in determining what the original appearance of the metal sculpture would have been, how it's changed over time, and what degree of change is acceptable to the institution, the collector, or the living artist. So one difficulty in studying artists from this period of the early 20th century, unfortunately, now means that the majority are deceased, making it impossible to go directly to the source. And even if it were possible, interviewing artists about their original intentions with a work can alter due to many factors over time. One being that a successful interview relies heavily on the artist's memory. And so just to give you a kind of, I suppose, quick example of this, I started my PhD in November 2024, specializing in the kind of early to mid 20th century. And there were 3 living sculptors. Unfortunately, 2 of them passed away last year. So now at present, there's only 1 living sculptor left from the permanent collection. So conducting interviews with artists would be kind of the best way to go about sourcing this information. But when specializing as an art historian or a conservator in this period of art history, unfortunately, it's becoming harder to gather this documentation. There was a similar study in 1964 titled The Artist's Intentions by the philosopher Sidney Gendin. And he also stated, so while I'm describing the challenges of asking this question of what the intention of an artist is, if we're mainly interested in ascertaining an artist's intention, we must be sure he is recalling his intention and not offering us an interpretation of his work. So my focus is really looking at these sculptures, finding original documentation from when they were created, and studying over this 80-year period, working with artists' estates, art historians, artist families, foundries to source this information. This is a core question of my research and an interdisciplinary topic I believe deserves renewed focus in the history of art and conservation. So the artist's intention is an important topic to debate. Because as art historians, artists or conservators, how do we determine exactly what this is? Artists, after all, are living humans, and their memory, their mind can change over time as well. And if so, could this raise issue with the way that artworks are currently being displayed or treated for the future in museum collections? So the issue of conserving a work or determining an artist's intention without original documentation is a complicated process. After all, how can we restore a work of art without knowing what the artist's original intentions were? So currently at the moment in America, there's the Visual Artists' Rights Act of 1990, which was an amendment to the copyright law to define a work of visual art. So this law ensures that artists have moral rights to prevent any destruction, distortion, mutilation, or any other modification of that work if it would harm his or her reputation or honor. In Europe, the framework differs. So in Italy at the moment, moral rights for artists are set out in copyright law number 633/1941, with the right to integrity, allowing artists to oppose any modification or alteration of their work that could damage their reputation. So I really believe this is kind of a growing area of research and something that may change kind of further beyond this study when we're looking at this question of protecting the artist's vision and their intention with an artwork. So this is the sculpture collection here, and I'm focusing really on from the wider sculpture collection 6 key artworks in bronze that have been outdoors since the 1940s. So I'm studying artists such as Jean Art, Raymond Duchamp-Villon, Germain Richer, Alberto Giacometti, and Henry Moore. So a range of artists. And as I mentioned previously, this German artist here, Eva Renelle, at present, she is the only last living sculptor we have left in the collection, who I've been corresponding with. And I'm also focusing on the Italian artist Arnaldo Pomodoro, who passed away last year. His sphere work, number 3, from 1964 in bronze as well, by working with his foundation in Milan. So just to give you a kind of brief example of this question of the artist's intention when we're looking at that in this research. So this bronze sculpture here, you can see with the golden shine, the patina. This requires yearly conservation treatments in the garden in order for the patina to stay golden and polished in appearance in the garden space. So the date and the number of this work in the series has changed over time. Originally, it was stated that the work was created in 1963 and then cast at the Battaglia Foundry in Milan in 1964. But in an interview with Lucy Flint of the curatorial team at the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum in 1964, the artist stated that the date should be 1964 because for him, with his intention and vision, the casting signified the birth of the artwork. And so this small example just demonstrates how an artist's vision must be taken into consideration and how this may differ between artists, curators, and art historians. I also focus on this key artwork of the collection. It's the earliest work that I'm studying. This is by Raymond Duchamp-Villon, The Horse, from 1914. So if we're looking at this idea of kind of when the artwork was born or when it should be dated. This provides a very interesting case study in this debate because this sculpture was posthumously cast in a circa around 1930 because the artist actually died in 1918. So if we were to take this statement into consideration that an artwork is created only when it is cast, raises an interesting question. How could an artwork such as this be created or born after the artist has already passed away? And for many years, there have been many details unknown about this artwork. For instance, which foundry it was created at, who oversaw the casting process, who made these decisions about this artwork to cast it in bronze, and information surrounding the artist's intention because he didn't leave any documentation or any notes. Angelika Rudenstein was the author of the 1985 Peggy Guggenheim Collection catalogue, who did in-depth research into this artwork. And I'm really sort of continuing with this PhD where she left off in 1985 because she covered, and if you read the catalogue of the collection, she covered the 380 works in the collection. So it was impossible to research any further really into the sculptures. So her curatorial notes in the Peggy Guggenheim archives, which are what I've been studying for the last year and a half, notes that she got so far as to narrow down the foundries to either the Rudia foundry in Paris or the Roman Bronze Works foundry in the USA, but she was unable to extract any further information from either foundry during her extensive study, and therefore the search stopped. So that's where I'm now continuing again. So in a phone interview in January 2026 this year with the author of the Raymond Duchamp-Villon catalogue Raisonné from 2020, Patrick Julian explained to me that the location of the foundry where this work was created was still not known, but he could say with certainty it was in France, a high quality foundry, and not at either of the foundries that Rudenstein had narrowed down in her research. He also stated that the work was overseen, the casting process, by the artist's brother and fellow artist Jacques Villon, and that in fact it was the artist's wish for this sculpture to be cast in steel. And the only documentation we have are some notes in the Museum of Modern Art archives in New York, which also stated that the artist's intention was to create a sculpture with the glory of steel. So this then raises complications, perfect, when looking at the issue how to treat or conserve a sculpture in bronze when the sculpture was cast after the artist's death, and it was actually the artist's original intention to have it cast in another material. And further XRF testing is also needed on this sculpture in future, because there was a 1999 study into the collection by Sergio Angelucci, the former sculpture conservator at the Peggy Guggenheim collection, which demonstrated that the rate of aging for this sculpture, where it is at the moment displayed on the terrace very close to the water, in bronze is also unexpected, meaning that the properties might actually be quite different for this sculpture and perhaps not in bronze as previously thought. So this gives an example into specifically what I'm looking at in this research. Further testing would be of interest for this, and to find out exactly how this was made and in what material, in fact, steel, brass or bronze. So this is very important to know, so that we know how to treat them in the future. Another key sculpture that I have spent a lot of time focusing on is by the French artist Germaine Richer, the Tauromachy bullfighter from 1953. So if you were to visit the museum in Venice today, you would see it's very black in colour. But this again is another sculpture which has taken a lot of research to discover, because it was cast in a series of 11. And in fact, some of the others in the same series, you can see quite clearly are golden and luminous in their colour and patina. So we must ask the question with this sculpture, what the artist's intention was with their work, with the patina of this work, and how this may have changed over time once it entered the Peggy Guggenheim collection. So to give you an example here, this is an original image I found of this artwork in my research. This is from a 1960 exhibition, Dalla Natura Arte a Palazzo Grassi in Venice. And you can see quite clearly, although it's in black and white, that it is far more luminous in appearance. And so that's what I'm working on at the moment. So this is a key topic of interest that I've been discussing with the editor of the Catalogue Raisonné, the family of the artist, Sophie Guitta, who stated on the appearance of the sculpture that the artist's intention was to keep it golden, but she never wrote this. So the only thing we can say is that in her lifetime it was golden. We don't know what would have evolved in her mind later, but it was always said to be kept golden. There's also been a new catalogue raisonné published on this artist in October 2024, which states the following on this work in the Peggy Guggenheim collection: that if not cared for, clean natural bronze will tarnish over time due to oxidation until it becomes completely black, as if the cast is left permanently in the open air, as is the example, for example, with the cast of La Tauromachy at the Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice. Germaine Richer did not want this to happen. So many key questions are still left unanswered about this work. And as I'm halfway through my PhD studies, this is what I will go on to progress to. And it's evident this work is a key priority in this study, when looking at the question of the intention of the artist, how it should both look in appearance and be treated and conserved for the future in a museum outdoor environment. And so I end my presentation today alongside my PhD at the Guggenheim. I've also worked as the studio coordinator for the sculptor Anish Kapoor. And I think that it's important with any of these studies that we're looking today with this interdisciplinary research to also look towards the future. My PhD is a study of 20th century sculpture, but with this question of the artist's intention, how do we look towards the future, and how do we address this question with living artists creating today in 2026? So while studying a PhD and working alongside a living sculptor has been very illuminating for my research. And to give you a brief example, this is an image of his work at the Monte San Angelo station in Naples last year. This is situated outdoors in the elements in steel and aluminium, and it will naturally change and oxidize over time. So the color will change. Something the artist is fully conscious of. I believe that this topic of the artist's intention must be something which is taken into consideration when studying also living artists. And the aim of this research is to bridge the gap between the disciplines of art history, fine art, and conservation for the future generations of art historians, curators, and conservators to come, so that this crucial topic and the vision of the artist can be respected and followed when we're looking at treating works of art. So in summary, I believe that this interdisciplinary doctoral research, I hope, will provide a unique and original study into both the art historical and conservation aspects when we're looking at studying outdoor sculpture collection. And ultimately, the aim of this research is to respect the artist's intentions so that we can care for and conserve these precious works of 20th century art, so they can be displayed and enjoyed by public audiences for future generations to come. And I'd just like to end my presentation by saying thank you so much for the invitation to talk here. I'm very grateful. It's wonderful to share also now with a global audience what I'm working on, to my professor Mattia Patti at the University of Pisa, and my co-supervisors Luciano Pensabene Boemi at the Peggy Guggenheim Collection in Venice and Stefania Anoletti at the Opificio della Piazzurdura in Florence, and also all the artists, families and estates that I've been working on for this project. So thank you very much for listening. Yeah, thank you.
Any sketches or models for these works?
Some of them, yeah, some of them do. Sorry, it's a bit fuzzy. Some do have original sketches. I mean, the thing that's always sort of the difficult question with this project is every single artist is so different in their approach. Some left documentary evidence. Some were very thorough, actually, in the patina process, the foundry process, but artists like Henry Moore, whereas others completely left it, you know, and they're actually cast after they passed away. So some left notes. I mean, there's some drawings by the artist Duchamp-Villon, like the horse. We have those. We have other plaster casts, things like that. Really, what I've been looking at is the other works in series as well, in other museum collections, private collections too, which has been a challenge also narrowing down where all of those are, because a lot of the catalogues for these artists are very newly published, actually. So it's kind of brand new research done in the last 4 or 5 years. But that's been how I've been working on these studies, really. But it really varies depending on what artists. Some left notes, some left models, some left nothing. Yes.
So you said the plaster casts. Did you notice how they are patinated versus the bronze versions?
I mean, that's what I'm going to be working on further as I kind of progress with the research to go and visit them in different locations in the world. So far, I mean, I've been looking more at the other bronzes in series, but definitely some of them have not only the patina has been different, but also the way they've been treated has been different, which has made the fundamental difference in really their color and appearance, because some have gone into private collections in people's homes indoors, some have gone outdoors. These have been cared for by the museum professionally since the 1980s when Peggy Guggenheim passed away. And so they do look different. So that's the interesting thing about this research is when you're looking at other ones like the bullfighter, they're from a series of 11, and the others really, some are black, some are gold. So this is what I'm going to go on to kind of study further, but it's very fascinating to look at how the artists intended them, but then to look at how do they look today in 2026 and why, you know, is that because of their environment or is it because of the collection, how they've been treated? They're all completely unique. So it's a big project to take on with many different artists. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yeah.
So if you had the information, for instance, for the
yes, yeah.
for the fighter sculpture, that you wanted it to be gold, that you would suggest to it's like it is the most important aspect.
Well, that's what we're looking towards the future. That's really the intention of this project is there hasn't been a possibility before for an art historian to come in, an opportunity to come in and do like very detailed, in-depth conservation, research history on these works. There is a catalogue from 1985, but it's now within 40 years, a lot has changed. A lot of new research has come along. But really it's with the vision of the conservator there, because we're looking at other museums that have done similar studies, and they have made the decisions with works like Jean Art, to give you an example, with the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. They have done studies and conferences into this, working with the artist's family, and they've made the decision to kind of repatinate works. So they look completely different. It's by finding this kind of amount of documentation, working with experts in all sides of the field, really. And the difficulty is exactly as I sort of stated, that we only have one living artist now left, like in the permanent sculpture collection. So we have to look at other sources. But if it's possible, if it's proven, it's what we're working towards in the future. Whether this happens now, I mean, I will be doing this till the end of 2027, but this research will be used for the future, really, to determine if a change should occur or not, depending on the level of documentation we find. But it is something that we want to respect the vision of the artist. That's very important for this project.
Hello, do you hear me? I did not hear anything, so I don't know if it's already my turn to speak or not.
Yes, it's your turn.
Okay,
If you are Timothy Paulin, yes.
Yeah, I am. Okay, just a second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, great. Just a moment. Oh. Okay. So, hello. I will present my presentation now, titled New Archaeological Discoveries in the Posavje and Kozjansko regions of Slovenia. This is the...
Oh, sorry, you're on the third slide already?
Yes, that's not the right way. Just a moment. I am not on the third slide. I think it's a technical
Maybe it's
problem.
frozen, maybe try
Wait,
again.
just a moment, yeah. I think it's okay now. Yeah, okay. So the geographical area that we're talking about is the red square. So it's the Krško Basin and its hinterland. It's a crucial region for understanding the communications between the southeastern Alps, so what is today Slovenia more or less, the Pannonian Basin, the Balkans, and the Apennine Peninsula, and the Krško Basin as a fertile flatland on the border between, as we can see on this map, between the Pannonian flatlands and the hilly subalpine and then later mountainous alpine areas. It plays a crucial role in these communications processes, especially because of the Sava River with its tributaries like Krka and Sotla rivers, among the others. So yeah, this area, because of these aspects, plays a crucial region in context between the areas that we mentioned earlier. The research was mostly done with the help of airborne laser scanning, or also known as LiDAR, and then later boots on the ground, actually visiting stuff discovered with the technology. I don't think it really makes sense to go too much into technical details, but in short, it enables us to create a 3D model of the surface and then spend hours and hours looking at the screen, figuring out what might be archaeologically interesting, and then visiting the locations on the ground. These are some of the sites that I will present with a map. So we can see the Sava River flowing from north west to southeast, and the Krka River joining it here at number 5, and some smaller rivers, tributaries of these larger rivers flowing in between. So this is the Krško Basin, the flatland, and to the east already the border with Croatia, and then Croatia, and so on. So these are the sites that I will present. We will start with number one, the so-called Vidi Vrh. So this is the leader model. We can see some ramparts and so on. And also on this picture, we can see that it's situated on these hills, so-called Orlica, which is one of the borders between the Krško Basin and the Kozjansko region to the north. So it must have played an important role in controlling the strategic pass, the hill pass between especially Bizeljsko and Bistrica ob Sotli, and it controlled the hill pass and the valley of the Sotla River. From the top of this hill, there's a very nice view of the mentioned areas. And on the top, we found pottery. I found pottery from the probably 15th and 16th centuries. So it was inhabited in one way or another that period at least. Then number 2, we have the hill fort at Lesično, so already in the Kozjansko region, above the stream Bistrica. Okay, sorry. So this is the leader image of the hill fort with we can see this weird straight rampart over here. For those who are more familiar with leader and hill forts, you know that this, like, you might find it as quite a weird rampart because it's very straight. Usually they are not so straight. In any case, it's located south of Lesično and west of Pilstein on an unnamed hilltop. It has 14,000 square kilometers, and I have found prehistoric pottery and iron slag on top, and it controls the valley towards Kozja, so along the Bistrica river, as we saw, it controls this valley. So yeah, this is the hill. This is the Pilstan market town that we'll mention later. This is the hilltop itself. These are the remains of the rampart as seen on the ground, and some prehistoric pottery and quite a few pieces of iron slag, and that can enable us to date the hill fort to the Iron Age. Late or early, we can't really say at this point, but yeah, Iron Age for sure. And this is the view of the valley that I mentioned. So it has a very nice view of the valley and control over it. Okay. Next thing is, sorry, just across the river, the Bistrica stream. There is the market square Pilstein that we saw earlier on the photo, and vineyards next to it. This is a cadastral map from the first half of the 19th century, from Austro-Hungarian period, and we can see the red parcels. These are vineyards. In written sources, they are first mentioned in 1412, and they were probably abandoned around 1900. And on the leader image and also on the ground, we can see dry walls which match plot borders. We'll see the images later, and a bunch of abandoned gorce. These are the vineyard workers' huts, which had a bunch of special regulations around them and so on, but we'll not go into details. There was a lot of pottery finds, and there is work in progress with legal historian Svit Komel, and we will go through written sources to like get an idea about from historical sources who were the workers here and so on. So this is the leader image. Green are the dry walls marked as they are seen on the leader, and here and the red are the huts that I mentioned, the workers' huts, and we can see that they more or less match the borders as seen on the cadastral map from the 19th century. And they probably also already go back to the medieval period, which confirms this idea that cadastral maps in the 19th century can be used to reconstruct medieval plot property boundaries and so on. And this is a bunch of finds from the area, from the pottery from the 19th century and so on. This piece with blue decoration is interesting because they are quite well researched, and it enables us good dating and so on. And what is also interesting is this: we can see above the card thing a piece of glass slag, because we know that in the region from the 18th century onwards there were some glass production was going on in the area, so that enables us maybe to reconstruct what these workers were doing when they were not working in any vineyards. Maybe they also took part in the glass production, so on. And this is also interesting, a photo I got from a local. We don't really know how old the photo is, but we can see that the vineyards were still in use at that time. So it's probably from the start of the 19th century when at least part of the vineyards was still in use. So yeah, okay. Okay, now we are moving to number 3, Drinsko Rebro, a smaller hilltop settlement or a hill fort of about 3,000 square meters. 2 pieces of prehistoric pottery, or actually one, but it broke apart. And maybe just to mention is that I visited this area with some pupils from the primary school in Brežice. So that the town in Posao, it doesn't matter, because they had like a school project connected with archaeology, and it was also, let's say, a part of popularizing archaeological heritage among the youth in a way, the entire research. So yeah, and this is the hill. As we can see, it has a very good control over the area to the north. And then we move to number five, cairn fields on Šentviška Gora. So we are moving from the Kozjansko region to the Posavje region, especially to the northern part of the Gorjanci Hills. Sorry, my bad. We're not there yet. We are at number 4 now. Rigel Privojskem, so another small hill fort on the road between Brestenic and Podsreda, so it also controls a pass between these hills. Also a smaller hill fort with potential dry wall fortifications and prehistoric and modern pottery. So this is the hill that I'm talking about. This is we can't really see the stones, but these are the remains of the dry wall, potential remains of the dry wall fortifications, and 3 pieces of prehistoric pottery and a modern jug handle, which shows about, like, talks about agricultural activities going on in the area. As I've heard from the locals, they used it in their youth and so on. So we can probably connect the piece of the modern pottery with that. Okay, now we are actually moving to number 5, to the Gorjanci Hills. So on the Šentviška Gora, just above the confluence of the Sava and Krka rivers, as we can see, there's a hill fort, and in the radius of 2 kilometers around the late Bronze Age, probably from the late Bronze Age hill fort, we can find a bunch of cairn fields. So cairns are these like piles of rocks. Here are a few leader images of them and their distribution. And as I mentioned, they're mostly located 2 kilometers around the hill fort, which in the karst region in Western Slovenia, similar cairn fields are usually located about 2 kilometers away from hill forts, and there they can be more or less securely dated to the period of the Bronze Age, same as this hill fort. So maybe this can be also dated to prehistory, but we don't really have any actual, at least for now, any actual material support for that. And also the question about what their use was, how they were created, is not really clear. I would argue that it has something to do with opening up the forest for agriculture. Okay, number 6, we are moving to Grubli pri Stojanskem Vrhu, another smaller hill fort where I did not find any material evidence, like material remains, except we can see the rampart, and it's located to Dular. Dular, he was an archaeologist, and he reconstructed a few paths over the Gorjanci mountains, and this hill fort is located next to one of them. And what is also interesting, that it was not known in newer literature, but Pechnik, he was an antiquarian walking around these hills in the 19th and end of 19th, start of the 20th century. He mentions it in one of his smaller notes, that there was a prehistoric dwelling in the forest at the village of Stojanski Vrh. So this is the path number 1 that we mentioned, and this hill fort is located next to it. So yeah. And in the end, we are moving to number 7, here to the south, also located, but it's called Babina Pečina, and it's a potential tumulus next to the path number 3 that Dular reconstructed. So yeah, if it is really a tumulus, then it also talks about marking the ways and so on in the Iron Age, more or less. So another reconstruction, another map. And also through all of this leader analysis, I have also found several, actually quite a lot of new tumuli. Here is one of them marked with an arrow. And this is how it looks on the ground. We can't really be sure about the dating of these tumuli, but they most likely are, we can most likely date them to the early Iron Age or maybe the Roman period. But yeah, as I said, only excavations could really show their real age. And then we move to another thing, traces of iron mining in German. This sort of digging for iron is called Die Pinge. Here on the bottom left, we have an image of how they are created. So basically digging in in some sort of ground material and then throwing the remains on the side. So it creates a very characteristic image of like a hole with a ring around. And all of these numbers, they represent areas where this digging was going on, where at least in the area we found evidence of these pits for digging. And we know that they were digging for iron because it's abundant in the area still today on the ground, and also around these holes, around these pits. They're not directly datable, but at least a part of them can be dated to the late medieval or early modern period. And what is interesting that we do not know of any written sources mentioning them. But we are just starting to research this topic. And so far, no studies of the pinge have been done in Slovenia. So yeah, it's something new, something interesting. And we can see 3 concentrations, and we'll talk more about them later. There's just a few pictures of a few areas. One is interesting because it's called Železne jame, which roughly translates to iron pits. We don't know how it's dated, but locals talk about digging for iron here long ago, so long ago that not even their ancestors remember. So apparently there's like some folk knowledge about this digging for iron, which I would argue that it shows that it was done in the Middle Ages or later, since there was no real population break since that period. Okay, so it's also the toponym is also mentioned in the cadastral maps from the 19th centuries that we have seen earlier. So Železne jame, this is some iron found on the site itself, and this is how it looks in the nature. Probably it's not really visible, but I guess you can get the idea of these pits and so on. Another one, sorry for the Slovene title, but you get the idea. A few kilometers to the north from those pits, there are like 3 fields of the pits of the same thing basically, and these are interesting because we have found a piece of late medieval or early modern pottery in the area, which enables us how to date it because it was located under the humus layer and above the sedimental layer. So we can probably connect it with the activities of digging for iron in the area. So, and yeah, this is how it looks on the ground. And there's a lot of locations, a lot of these pit fields in the area in the Krško Basin. So altogether, we have found at least 18. So yeah, some are located on flat ground, as we have seen earlier, but some are located on the hill slopes, as we can see here, and some pieces of iron that are found can be quite big, as you can see on this photo. And I have mentioned that there are several concentrations, one in the Dobrava forest, one in the Krakowski forest, and one on the hills next to Krško, and what is most maybe also interesting, nearby the prehistoric Iron Age hill fort of Libna. So maybe we can connect the mining in the area with that. There were probably more, but they were destroyed by agriculture and so on.
Sorry, please start to conclude the presentation. We don't have that much time anymore.
Okay. The final discovery that I will talk about is the new Bronze Age sword from the Sava River. Currently, there's a paper in preparation, me and Primož Paulin. We have the same surnames, but we are not related, so there's no nepotism going on. It's probably dated to the Hallstatt A1 period, so the late Bronze Age, but probably wider. And what is interesting is also the distribution of Bronze Age swords in the Sava River, all the way from its spring all the way to its confluence with the Danube River. We can see, so these are the map sources, we can see that the largest concentration is actually in the Krško Basin itself, which represents like an opening when the Sava River comes from these hilly areas, pre-alpine hilly areas, into the open area of the Pannonian Plain. And for some reason, there were a lot of sword depositions in the Bronze Age in the area. So it must have had a special meaning in the late Bronze Age. And some new discoveries in the Hrvatsko Zagorje and Žumberak region in Croatia, just across the border. I will not talk about them right now, but there was some work done and there are some really good results. But there's a new project in preparation where we will hopefully research that and come to some great new conclusions. So that's it from my side. Thank you for your attentions, for your attention, and yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe time for one very short question. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I do not hear anything.
Hello, if we have a Slovene word for the pinge.
As far as I have researched, no, there is no direct translation. Even English literature uses the word pinge. So no, as far as I know, no. And there's also the discussion about what really is the meaning of the word. There's a nice article, just Google dipinge, and there's a terminological article about dipinge because it's often, even in English, spontaneously used, but they try to define it quite well. So no, there's no Slovene word for dipinge, so I just use jamezaj skop or something like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on with the next presentation, which is the assessing the archaeological potential of caves by Zvonka Janežić.
Thank you. So I will present to you research I have been doing since around 2017 and have also presented as my master thesis. So Slovenia is well explored speleologically, while archaeological study of caves has lagged behind the research on surface sites. Systematic non-invasive methods for detecting and documenting cave sites have not yet been tested before this study. This research was based on the assumption that systematic observation of caves and documentation of caves with archaeological potential can lead to discovery of previously unrecorded sites. So the main objectives were to develop a model for assessing archaeological potential of caves and to propose a methodological framework for non-invasive research. So in the past, caves had diverse functions, including dwellings, shelters, storage spaces, and places for rituals and burials. Due to the specific symbolism as transitional and liminal spaces between the surface and the underground, they played an important role in beliefs and rituals, but compared to the surface sites, they offer specific research opportunities, as their microclimate and sedimentation processes often allow for preservation of all the remains on the surface, while cave walls and ceilings also form part of the archaeological archive. Since the 1980s, cave archaeology in Slovenia has stagnated and is mostly carried out by individual researchers. On the other hand, speleological research is highly developed. Cavers are often the first and usually the only people to come into contact with archaeological remains in caves. Despite more than 15,000, now almost 16,000 caves, there are only about 230 archaeological sites, which is surprisingly low. So when considering how to approach systematic non-invasive research, I found that publications on this topic are much rarer than those on excavations. In Slovenia, some catalogs of caves exist that partly relied on surface survey methods, but those methods are not described in detail and were never applied systematically. Internationally, some protocols do exist, including recording location, geomorphology, and surface find in caves. In my research, I also recorded surface finds, but expanded the approach by systematically observing all possible traces of human presence, since archaeological significance is not always tied to finds. I included caves without finds, but with other traces of human activity, such as anthropogenic structures, modifications of space, and traces on walls and ceilings, such as soot marks or damage to speleothems. So some space may hold meaning in human perception without necessarily containing physical remains. Therefore, caves with symbolic, mythological, cultural, or historic importance must also be considered, as well as those with a striking appearance. So caves should be studied within their spatial context and as part of cultural landscape. So in my research, I dealt with archaeological potential of caves, which denotes the probability that archaeological remains are present at a given location and that they can be discovered, documented, and studied. So the significance of a place, the significance of a place may also extend beyond merely material remains and may include symbolic, historical, cultural, or attributed value, regardless of whether tangible archaeological remains exist. So through research on the case of Bela Krajina, I demonstrated that the current number of archaeological cave sites and their interpretation is a consequence of the poor state of research. I collected data on caves from a wide range of sources, including Kataster YAM, so cave Kataster, written and cartographic sources, and archaeological databases, in order to identify attributes that may indicate a higher probability of archaeological remains. So these attributes included natural characteristics of caves, such as accessibility, morphology, and environmental features, as well as indicators of human presence and cultural perceptions, such as oral tradition, cave name, and references in literature. So I entered all of the data into a database that you can see a part of here. So in Bela Krajina, I was faced with 599 caves, which is too many to survey all in the field. So this represents a research situation in a resource-constrained environment where the target characteristics, which is archaeological remains, is rare and not randomly distributed within the population. That's why I applied stratified sampling. So to do that, I established a basic scoring system using known positive and negative cases. So each cave received for each attribute between 0 and 1 points. I then summed the points for each cave and divided them by number of data points. And then this way I obtained a value representing the average of the attributes, which indicated estimated archaeological potential. So then I divided the caves into 3 groups: high, medium, and low potential. From each group, I selected a sample for field survey and added to that sample another 24 caves. So I surveyed about 60 caves. I deliberately included examples from all groups, even those with low archaeological potential, so I could retain the possibility of discovering unexpected positives or negatives. In the field, I treated all the caves in the same way, so I used a standardized form and systematic observation. So you can see I selected the caves that were horizontal as well as pits, and those were distributed all across Bela Krajina. So this form looks like this. So it is important that the observation is systematic, planned, and directed. The focus is not only on finding artifacts, but also on documenting the space itself and every trace of human activity. So before the beginning of the description, you also have to make a plan of the cave if it does not exist. I use this form in the form of audio recording, and then I also photographed the cave and the finds. Then I analyzed the collected data to determine which attributes or their combinations indicate a higher probability that the cave is an archaeological site. For this purpose, I used orange data mining software. I applied a priori algorithm, which determines which combinations of features frequently occur together and it forms association rules. I also analyzed the data using a decision tree method, which is a machine learning method used for classification and regression, and also random forest analysis, which allows for evaluating variable importance. So as I said, there are around 600 caves in Bela Krajina. Also, all types of caves are present. And in 4 of the caves, there were excavations before I started my research, and only 2 of those were published in more detail. 5 caves are protected as heritage, and 11 cave sites were previously known. Also, cavers knew them. So all in all, 11 cave sites were known. 5 of those protected. And the results are during my, so until the end of my master's thesis, there were 36 archaeological cave sites in Bela Krajina. Now this number is 40. So only 5 of those are protected. The number is 40. The results of a priori analysis show that the most frequent combinations include easy access to the entrance, easy or moderately easy passability, presence of speleothems, horizontal interior, horizontal intersection, visible entrance from far away, presence of oral tradition, and original origin of the cave name. The decision tree method showed similarly that the cave passability is the most important attribute that distinguishes archaeological from non-archaeological caves. And a similar pattern appears in the random forest analysis. So the most important predictive attribute is also passability, followed by slope, name of the cave, and yes. So this repeated occurrence of similar attributes across different analyses shows that they are statistically strongly associated with the presence of archaeological remains or the possibility of detecting them without with non-destructive research. So this proposed method that I used proved to be effective, fast, and cost efficient, although it is of course not entirely reliable. It is also limited to the caves where remains can be found on the surface, which sometimes excludes vertical shafts because of increased vertical sedimentation, and also water caves where they are not, where you cannot get into them without diving. But the positives are it also enabled recognition of subtle anthropogenic traces, even if there were no finds present. Such as broken spell attempts and soot damage on the ceilings and some anthropogenic structures that would otherwise be overlooked. It also encourages observation of the wider space, which led to discovery of multiple new archaeological sites on the surface, such as this fortress that you can see on the left side of the PowerPoint, and a new prehistoric site on the right side of the PowerPoint. It also focused on observing caves in the context of space. For example, these are the sites in Poljanska Gora, which was also always considered an marginal periphery of the Bela Krajina plain. But in recent years, there were multiple new sites discovered that shows that this area was not as uninhabited as it may appear at first glance, and most of those new sites are caves. What I also focused on was oral tradition, which I proved can be an important source of data reflecting people's attitudes towards caves in the past. So these narratives reflect the perception of caves as boundary spaces between the human world and the underground or supernatural realm, and can be linked to ideas of transformation, birth, and afterlife. At the same time, it's interesting that the caves are seen in a dual way, as places of safety and shelter, but also as spaces of fear and danger, which must be controlled or avoided. So in conclusion, caves have become part of cultural dimension of the landscape and have been incorporated into people's mental maps through use, avoidance, closure, or concealment, the formation and preservation of oral tradition, naming, and their placement within a broader spatial context. People establish diverse relationships with a large number of caves based on this research with most of them. Three main types of relationships with caves can be distinguished: utilitarian, taboo, and indifferent. So caves were used for practical stuff and for ritual purposes, feared and avoided, or simply unnoticed or without any known use. But in many cases, this may be because of loss of information through time. The potential for future research lies in invasive methods, in the development of methods for the study of vertical shafts and karst springs, in interdisciplinarity, and in holistic observation of space and cave sites within their context. It's also very important to involve and educate cavers about archaeology, because they are usually the only ones who come into contact with it, and also to educate archaeologists about caves, because it is a specific environment that requires specific methodology. So through this research, I identified more than 25 new cave sites, around 30 new cave sites, significantly increasing the number of known cave sites in Bela Krajina. And we can conclude that karst landscapes in Slovenia still contain a large number of undiscovered cave sites, and that this number is significantly higher than indicated by previous unsystematic research. Thank you for your attention, and any questions.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting presentation. Next up is Marwa Ragab El Besawi. Sorry if I read it correctly. She's online. Okay. She will present the archaeological landscape of North Lake in Fayoum.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. So I will share my presentation, or you will share. I send it via mail.
You can share your presentation, yes.
Okay. I apologize. Can you share it because I have a problem?
Do you want us to share it or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just sure. Yeah, I guess there is the option to allow her to change the slides, but you tell her we will change the slides.
Yeah.
We can change the slides for you if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just say next and we will change the slides for you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure today to being with all of you. Actually, I will present today my PhD proposal research, which entitled The Archaeological Landscape of North Lake in Fayoum, which focus on the role of epigraphy and GIS in archaeological site analysis. Study area. Actually, my study area located on Fayoum Depression along the north shore lake of Fayoum. This area is very important to study its landscape because, as we see in the plan, it contains many historical sites which dated back from prehistoric to Christian period. As we see, this is within forest. It's a quarry dated back to prehistoric. القارة الحمراء دي ميسبع قارة رصاص. These archaeological sites which dated back to Greek Roman period. And قصر الصاغة, it's a temple dated back to the Middle Kingdom. And also there is Deir Abu Lifa, it's back to the Christian period. So this area is very important to study its landscape to know how it changes over times. Another slide. This is in this slide some of archaeological sites which in the North Lake of Fayoum. This is قصر الصاغة, and this is ويدان الفرس, the quarry of ويدان الفرس. This is Deir Abu Lifa, and this is temple of Dimi السباع. Another slide. Study concept. My study focus on studying the archaeological landscape of North Lake Karun. It aims to understand the interaction between human activity and the environment surrounded them. This This will be by integrating GIS and epigraphy for spatial patterns and the distribution of sites. And also, this can help to give a prime interpretation for site distribution and understanding for landscape in wide in border context. These slides show why I choose this research topic for many reasons. First, that the North Lake Karun area is well preserved archaeological landscape. Also, it contains sites from different historical periods. And in addition to landscape in this area is still undisturbed. It provides rich epigraphic and archaeological evidence to study landscape, and also it offers a valuable opportunity to study human-environment interaction. This is show how human activity interact or deal with the environment surrounded them. This is the level of the Lake Karun play a very important role in distribution of settlement in the North Lake of Fayoum. So when the level decreased, we can found more land to be settlement in the site. And as we see, lake at 0 meters below, this is settlement appeared and inhabitants in this time. But when the level of the lake increased, unfortunately, all the settlement flooded. And this also remains of the ancient lake bed to the north of Birket Karun and west of Suknobais Nis. Actually, Suknobais Nis now is desert, but in the past, it is in the edge of the lake of Karun, and we can see the remains in as the arrow show in the slide. So this refer in this I can explain this that the landscape it changed. What in the past lake today desert, as we can see in the slide. Research objectives. This research have many objectives. First, to analyze the natural landscape and its relation with archaeological sites. Second, to study the spatial distribution of sites using GIS. Third, to understand settlement patterns and human activity, as I mentioned before. In addition to integrate epigraphy and GIS to analyze site connections. And finally, to reconstruct the archaeological landscape over time. My research methodology based into approaches. One, the first one, descriptive approach, and this will be through studying epigraphy in sites in North Lake Fayoum. And the second one, analytical and documentary approach, and this will be by using GIS to analyze, manipulate data, and visualize spatial data. This will help me to understand the relation between archaeological sites and their surrounding landscape. In this slides, this is the way GIS deal with the data he will give. And he will deal with the data as layers, as we see, street, building, vegetations, and also in the final, he give me the map in this show. The next slide. Why epigraphy matters in landscape analysis? I think that epigraphy is very important to understand what changes in the over time. So it helped me to understand the landscape of the sites. Also, it helped me to identify site functions, economic relations. Also, it can link textual data with archaeological context and provide chronological evidence and tracks changes over time. And this will show on the next slide. As we see in this slide, this is a pottery. This pottery from a site, its name is القارة الحمراء. And these sites in texts, the article text mentioned that these sites abandoned in many times, and also another text told us that is sites there are activity in sites. What is important from this? This is pottery have a relief show that there are trade connections with other villages and outside, because this relieves back to Hellenistic and Ptolemaic period. So we can see that القارة الحمراء is still settlement during the Hellenistic and Ptolemaic period, and also have a relation with other villages on the outside. And this is a papyrus found in Cycnopais Neus. It's one of papyrus found in the precinct of the temple of Cycnopais Neus. What is important, this papyrus give me that there are economic activity and administrative activity in the temple in this period, and also this inscription when its translation give me a prime information as we see in it the date back to 2nd century AD. So this talk about two settlement in the North Lake of Fayoum, دمياء السباع and قارة الرصاص. So from this inscription, I can see that these two settlement still existence and have activity to the 2nd century AD. So another slide. Why GIS important in landscape analysis? Actually, GIS help me to analyze the spatial distribution of archaeological sites. And in addition, it links sites with environmental features and analyze changes over time, supporting conservation and site protection. How? In this, GIS help me. This is site قصر الصاغة in the North Lake of Fayoum. He determined for me the western settlements, the eastern, the cemetery, and the قصر الصاغة. So if I have all this, I can do a plan to understand what now in the site, and also how the site changes over times. And also I can plan I can do a plan to support conservation and site protections to protect the archaeological features which is remain until now. This is show how GIS work. He put what is in the surface on a plan as we saw, and also he work on layers in the site to give me the final map. At the end, how can I do integration between epigraphy and GIS? I'm still in the beginning of my research, but in the example, this is example, if I have an epigraphy told me about an inscription, there is a canal in the site. So I try to search where is this canal and put it on GIS. And I try to find, is this canal in the north? And what happened after this? As we can see in this slide, there is a canal in the north side, in the north of the site. And this canal provide water to piscines. And there is in the site another canal which take number 3, and a canal number 4 which vanishing towards the villages. So I can understand that there is a canal that support waters to the villages, and also by epigraphy and GIS. At my conclusion, I think that North Lake Karun is a unique archaeological landscape, and epigraphy provides a valuable historic insights, and GIS enables spatial analysis of sites and environment. So integration enhance understanding of the archaeological landscape. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe we have time for one quick question. Okay, then that concludes the presentations of the second panel, this section, and we don't really have time for discussion, but you can talk to each other during brunch, I guess. So now we have one time for brunch, and we meet here again at 2:15. Thank you.
لا، اصل ده لسه بروبوزل، هيسألوا في ايه؟
Yes, okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third panel of presentations. Before we begin, I would like to briefly mention the format of the panel. Each presentation will last 15 minutes, and there will be time for questions after each presentation, and then time for discussion. And let's start with our first presentation, which will be by Serena Buklisi, and is about knowledge-based approach for the digitalization of historic built heritage application in Calabrian minor centers context. Serena?
Yes,
the
you
floor
can
is
see
yours.
me.
Yes, and also we see the
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, okay, one moment because I see you. One moment. It's like this. Okay. Now you see me?
Yeah, we see.
Okay, perfect. Can I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Serena Buisi, PhD candidate in architecture at the Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria. And today I'm here to present to you a part of my thesis research, doctoral thesis research called the Knowledge-Based Approach for the Digitalization of Historical Built Heritage Application in Calabrian Minor Center Context. So first of all, during my PhD, I work into 3 different institutions: Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, MAP Laboratory in Marseille, France, and the academic spin-off Building Innovative Governance, Italy. So these slides summarize the content of the presentation. First of all, there is an overview of the research. This contribution explores part of the doctoral thesis. This research project is proposing a methodological and operational approach for managing the continuity of the information flow within a digitalization process functional to a conservation strategy for the historical built heritage. The digitalization is a process of knowledge capture, distribution, and use. Its information flow moves from observation to data processing to their contextualized digital representation, in which knowledge is encoded and can be shared. But in the operational reality, breaking points are due to both procedural factors and instrumental limitations. The critical points are the passage from the raw data to the intelligible ones, and from that to information, and also the integration of the different representation, as well as the problems of querying, inference of the knowledge. If we consider that the accumulated experiences become the way for transformation of information into extraction, the next step is the ability to produce predictive content, generating a circular, continuous, and implementable flow. So the operational result of the research is a graph structure semantic knowledge base, and it is fed by semantic data from heterogeneous sources organized according to an explicit conceptual model for representing the building's diachronic evolution. Interaction and querying are mediated by a prototypical multidimensional visualization environment. The case of interest was Calabrian heritage, which is imbued with a strong identity but exposed to natural and anthropogenic risks. The system tried to integrate and normalize the heterogeneous data about that into a multidimensional conceptual model, temporal, spatial, and semantic. Through advanced query, it identified patterns and relational logic to constantly monitor vulnerabilities through targeted inferences. Finally, it provides operational tools for practical application and consultation of archived knowledge. So, the first case study was the Little Church of San Giovannello in Gerace. That is important because it's a prototype of the Byzantine churches in Calabria, and the data used to populate the database derived from the documentary sources, enabling the reconstruction of the building's evolution over the past 50 years. The analyzed corpus included a variety of heterogeneous documents, technical reports, diagnostic sheets, bills of quantities, graphic drawings, and project table, produced in different time phases by various sectors and following non-uniform methodological approach. So the operational workflow. Conceptual modeling immediately introduced the concept of knowledge, which is central. Its use has been essential to make explicit the semantic and technical relationship and the logical structure of the domain concepts and make the data queryable. The information structure of the model was defined from existing standards for the characterization of description and the state of conservation evaluation. By virtue of the guidelines, the information content has been level, urban, building, and technical level. This is the greatest information granularity. This is the level with the greatest information granularity. For each technological element, the cognitive framework includes material construction description, the system of spatial structure, and the interaction relationship with other components, with special attention to the modes of propagation or degradation. Particularly important are the record of the state of conservation, current anomalies, and related causes and risk areas. It also includes the description of out. Okay. Semantic. Okay. This is an example of recording state of conservation description project, but within the model, the mediation between geometric and the qualitative content is provided by the node called part, measurable unit aimed at supporting the georeferencing of phenomena. Its physical boundaries are defined by the annotation node. The adoption of parts means the need to model phenomena as localized movement of matter, physical parts of the technical element related to it and to other spatial entities. In fact, the next phase is to introduce data in the graph database, in a native graph database called Neo4j for the knowledge base, and to georeferencing the data in the CNRS MapIoli platform. Each annotation consists not only of semantic metadata related to its category, but also of defining spatial region, possessing geometric, morphological, and chromatic characteristics. So the data has been fed by instances as the result of a work of harmonization of the document resources. And one of the most common issues in conservation is the discrepancy between survey-derived documentation and BIM representation. These issues is solved by the workflow using a reality-based annotation platform, IOLE, to collect observation directly mapping and translating them into entities consistent with the conceptual model. And the knowledge base is also connected to the BIM model without semantic loss. This ensures verifiable alignment and documentary continuity. The most interesting trends go beyond the idea of forcing a large amount of data into 3D virtualization, instead of working to define ways of rationality and contextualizing the instances. The intention is to introduce new methods of managing and calibrating the information content of the models based on use cases and the required level of granularity. In order to limit semantic losses, the model-based representation in the workflow has been structured with three objectives in mind: document consistency and homogeneity between multiple models, exchange between the model and structured knowledge base and vice versa, and transfer from Revit model to open format. For the purpose of that exchange between the BIM software and the knowledge base algorithm were implemented as visual programming script in Autodesk Dynamo. The management of information continuity must take into account the different structuring of semantic data in the two systems, of course. The BIM model is composed of objects and related information parameters, while the graph is composed of relationships, nodes, and properties. For this reason, the individual Dynamo scripts were designed to exporting to BIM object parameters to file structure for importing updating node properties in Neo4j, exporting the BIM object parameters to CSV files whose internal structure is designed for loading the relationship between nodes, exporting instances from the graph database and importing them as parameters of the object in Autodesk Revit. So model-based and reality-based representation, while retaining their particularities and differences, can communicate through the graph, which is active and inquirable. In fact, to integrate semantic, temporal, and spatial components and make the knowledge base usable, an external-facing prototype environment was developed. Connects an HTML JavaScript web interface to Neo4j graph database via Neo4j JavaScript driver for AIP communication. Thanks to this, the environment consists of two sections. The first one involves assessing the state of conservation of technical element over a defined time interval. The second section addresses the sequences of conservation interpretation on a technical element within a specified time interval. It provides a tool to trace the component's evolution process through its changes. Through this combination of inputs, user can activate comparative and transversal interrogation. And finally, we try to develop a prototype inference logic to indicate the different risk area and to give the users a recommendation about monitoring or restoration activity. The idea is to expand, to implement the workflow to the other application scenarios in Calabria, so system composed of monumental landmarks, urban fabrics or compartments, and similar buildings. At the end, the experimentation achieved the objective of continuity and circularity of the information flow, the reducing of critical points in the transition from raw data to structured information, and the development of an environment capable of producing analytical content. On the representation point of view, the system demonstrates a strong capacity to integrate quantitative and qualitative data. In terms of data sharing, the environment supports coherent synchronization between heterogeneous information systems, organizing knowledge according to a chronological and centralized logic. Interoperable technologies were used in the workflow in order to reduce instrumental blocks between software. So the natural research perspective has to demonstrate more automation thanks to AI, or to use the BIM open format like the IFC and not the RET instrument. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this presentation. And the next one will be by Laura Bontemps. Disciplinary crossing for a relative timeline of analog photographs of the Whitechapel. Laura, are you okay? Are you prepared? You're muted. If you can turn on your microphone, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just a minute.
First.
Here. Read. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have an issue. I can't see my screen. Sorry.
We can see. Yeah. If you can present only, if you can share only PowerPoint presentation, not the whole screen, only this page.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can turn off the sharing and then turn on again just this PowerPoint and not the whole screen.
Another whole screen, yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
It's okay. There are a few options with share. And you can share only the document if you have it open. Yeah, we can see the presentation now. and also the second.
She has a double.
Yeah, so it's not the good screen, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. That's why it's not working.
Yeah, you turn on double screen.
Yeah.
You can share only the document if you have PowerPoint presentation.
No, we have two monitors.
Yeah.
I have two monitors, that's why it's
Yeah, so
mixing
share
up.
one.
I'm sorry if you can switch to the next presentator until so we can move forward and not lose too much time. I'm sorry.
It's okay if Dusan is prepared, if he can hop in. Otherwise, we can wait a minute so you can share.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Or if you send us the presentation, we can also share it.
Yeah.
So we share it, or
I didn't send it. Okay. And it's only on Keynote, so
Second monitor, then it works fine.
yeah, there was a suggestion that if you can unplug the second monitor and just turn on the first one where you have the presentation, or if you share only, because you have a few options here in the share.
yeah. Okay, so I have to switch everything here. Okay. Oh.
So maybe just turn off the second monitor and you can share the first one.
I'm trying to go back on Keynote.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it kind of disappeared. That's a good thing for someone working in digital heritage. I'm fine. It's perfect. Like, good way to introduce myself. I love it. I'm sorry, guys. I have a black screen now.
It's okay if Dusan Medini is prepared, if he can maybe present. He's online, okay, so maybe we'll wait.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. I have to restart my computer. Oh gosh.
Ask her if she wants to share the presentation with us.
Yeah, you want to share presentation with us? You can also,
Change the slides.
yeah, we can change the slides. You can send it to us, and then maybe if Dusan Medin is here, prepared, maybe he
Hello,
can-
everybody. I
Yeah?
already came, but we can let a colleague to be first, so I can do after her. If that's okay, however you want. But I'm here. I already came.
Okay, so maybe if you want to,
Yeah, if it's possible, I'd like to switch. I'm sorry. So I
it's
can-
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we can, if it's okay with you, you can be after the last presentation, so everything will be okay. You can also send it to us for.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And then Dusan, if you can please be now instead of Laura,
And so Dusan will present now between administration and excavation, the institutional dynamics of archaeology in Montenegro. So now, Dusan, you can share your presentation and Laura will be after.
Okay,
And sorry
okay.
for the delay, everyone.
Okay, just give me a few seconds. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we do.
Yes, yes.
We can see.
Okay. First of all, I wanna say I apologize for this changing because I already had a meeting which finished a few minutes ago, and okay, my topic today would be between administration and excavation, the institutional dynamics of archaeology in Montenegro, and I'm really happy that you accepted my topic and that I have chance to speak among colleagues, not only younger, I guess, from Slovenia, but also from other countries. I am connected with Slovenia somehow because I do my PhD thesis there at University of Primorska, Faculty for Humanities, but I also am PhD candidate in Podgorica at University of Donja Gorica, where I work as a teaching associate, and I will present something about cultural policy, management in culture, and archaeology as such, because my original diploma is in archaeology. I guess you can see the next slide about Montenegro, just for maybe colleagues who are not so familiar with the Balkan geographical and region. So our country was part of former Yugoslavia, and we have a coastal area in Adriatic coast, so connected somehow with wider Mediterranean context. These are some data which I, of course, won't read about population and so on. So I think it's not so important, but maybe just a few slides of our geographical, cultural, urban elements of our country, which is mostly focused on tourism as a main economic branch. On the other side, there is a really nice, interesting coastline with heritage from Venetian period, from Austro-Hungarian Empire also, and northern and eastern parts of Montenegro contain many Ottoman heritage elements. So if we speak about heritage in Montenegro and later archaeological heritage, we may say that it is really rich, it is diverse. It comes from different epochs, from Paleolithic times, early prehistoric, including Crvena Stijena archaeological site, with layers elder than 100,000 years ago, till, of course, contemporary period, because this region was settled like a whole Mediterranean basin from those early periods of human history. So we also have many types of tangible heritage, immovable, of course, like a cultural landscape, archaeological sites, groups of objects, old towns, and so on, and of course, movable artifacts, which are mostly in a museum or libraries or archives or galleries, but also in many private collections. So not only archaeological heritage, I'm speaking generally. On the third side, there is underwater heritage, which we all share from prehistoric or early ancient times till a contemporary period, which we have in Adriatic coast very common. If we speak about previous research on archaeology in Montenegrin context, we may say that the periods from prehistory, mostly Paleolithic, but also Neolithic somehow in Montenegro, and later Iron Age, and especially Hellenistic and Roman periods, are very well researched in Montenegro, of course, including medieval too. So from those epochs, we know how many archaeological sites there are. more or less well, they are preserved. Some of those sites were excavated with Slovenian archaeologists from, I think, mostly University of Primorska few decades ago, but also we have a rich new century, so-called new century or early modern period heritage, including archaeological, from Venetian period or Ottoman Empire or Austrian fortifications, which are also researched, but much less than those elder. Just a few slides which represent some of the most famous archaeological locations in Montenegro. As mentioned, Crvena Stijena, up left, starting from the early prehistorian period. So the mosaics representing probably the god Hypnos in Risan, in Villa Urbana, in Boka Kotorska Bay, but also up right we have old town of Bar with Ottoman clock tower, Sahat Kula, and Venetian fortifications and Venetian palaces too. Down left we have a photo of old town of Budva with Hellenistic and Roman layers, and I believe one of the biggest necropolis from Illyrian, Hellenistic and Roman site at one place. We have in Budva, I'm speaking about hundreds and hundreds of graves, which were more or less discovered, but unfortunately also destroyed during some urbanistic and construction activities. Archaeological site of Duklja, which is down in the middle, is unfortunately not very well preserved, but that town of Duklja was very important, especially in Roman and early Christian period, and it is nearby today's capital of Montenegro, Podgorica. And I also took only one photo from let's say Ottoman heritage, Islamic heritage site. This is a mosque in north of Montenegro, Hussein Pashina, from end of 16th century. If we speak generally about cultural policies, we may somehow say that this is a quote from book Culture Management, Animation and Marketing from Professor Milena Dragicevic-Šešić and Branimir Stojkovic. So they say that cultural policy of a society is manifested in three ways. Theoretically, postulates that are in line with the general tendencies of social development and that are conditioned by the ideology of a particular society, but also by the scientific achievements of sociology, cultural theory, and I may add many other disciplines and sciences. On the other side, that the other second way can be precisely defined goals and tasks of cultural policy. I will focus on it a bit later, and system of methods and instruments for realizing the goals and tasks of those policies. So how it works in Montenegro? Well, generally cultural policy or cultural policies in Montenegro may be somehow divided into two branches. We may also include maybe the third. So first can be normative framework, second institutional, and third may be strategic documents, so strategic framework. I guess that some of you know that Montenegro in 2006 again got its independence and international recognition as an independent state. And from that period, we have established, were established some newer institutions, and some of the previously who were mostly established after the Second World War in the period of early modernization of general Yugoslav institutions, and in Montenegro some of those were established for the first time after the Second World War. I'm speaking about 47, 48, 49. So those institutions somehow, some of them still exist, maybe a bit changed with their institutional organization. Speaking on a normative level, I will start from it. We may mention the Constitution of Montenegro, Ustav Crne Gore, and of course international agreements, international documents, which also exist, and Montenegro has ratified them, but also laws, which are extremely important. And we somehow modernized our legal system. It's not always better than it previously was, but somehow there are some improvements, and of course bylaws or pravilnici, podzakonska akta in our languages. I won't read all those articles. I'll just mention that the freedom of creation and creativity, the supporting of science, culture, and arts, and protection of natural and cultural heritage are in 3 articles mentioned in our constitution. And thanks to those articles, we have some laws, I guess, like every other country, about these topics. So some of the conventions and the framework documents by UNESCO or by European institutions and some other international bodies are here presented. Maybe some new we also have accepted. I didn't check, to be honest. But speaking about laws, we have several laws connected with culture and with heritage in wider sense, with memorials, with archival disciplines, with libraries, with natural heritage, and so on. But for archaeological context, of course, the most important is law on protection of cultural properties, Zakon o zaštiti kulturnih dobara, which was from 2010, and almost 16 years after its usage, now is a big process of changing that law. So hopefully till the end of this year, we will have improved document, not completely new law, but changes of current one, and we will see how it will reflect on archaeology. I know that one article, which is a bit unusual, that now exists, I think 81 or 83, which says that if some investor found some artifact in the field, in the land, that the state is one which has to discover and pay all the costs, not those private investor who actually found it. So that article would be changed and hopefully help somehow the state and in protection cultural properties and archaeological especially. So many bylaws or podzakonski akti still exist, and some of them are connected to archaeology. We don't have a law on archaeological excavations, but one pravilnik, one bylaw document exists. I think I will have it in some next slides. Speaking about institutions which exist in Montenegro, I somehow divided it into 4 major aspects. So the state administration, državna uprava, of course, there is a Ministry of Culture and Media, part of Montenegrin government, which has a directorate for cultural properties and cultural heritage in general. On the other side, there is administration or office for the protection of cultural properties of Montenegro, which has status monuments of culture or cultural property, I mean, which are protected by law. So not all the heritage, but only those with that status or which are candidate for getting that status. The third state administration institution is State Archive, Državni arhiv of Montenegro, located in Cetinje, like all those 2 institutions which I previously mentioned. Cetinje is old royal capital of Montenegro, and the majority of museums, archives, libraries is still there. On the other side, speaking about local administration or local self-governments, in Montenegro we have municipal levels, opštine. Unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have anything between, like maybe some countries has, but we have only those 2, national and local levels, and every municipality, I think there are 26 now, because last years we got a few more municipalities. All of them has their municipal secretariats for social activities or culture or youth. Somehow they are mostly into activities about heritage protection. The third,
Sorry, just a gentle reminder that you have about a minute left. If you can
to
possibly
conclude,
conclude
okay,
your-
I will
conclude
skip
your
some
presentation.
slides and
Yeah.
maybe just to say a few words about public institutions, which are of course the most important, like Center for Conservation and Archaeology or National Museum of Montenegro. There are many local institutions which of course deal with heritage and archaeology, but there is no special law about it, as I said. We have one law about protection of cultural properties and one rule book or pravilnik. There is no archaeology on our university, so we study abroad. And it is important to say that Montenegrin Academy of Science and Arts somehow has like a board for archaeology, and they published a few months ago Lexicon of Archaeology of Montenegro for the first time, which is somehow one important thing. We also do not have archaeological institute and know some specific journals, excluding one, but maybe for some other conference. So I can just conclude with maybe a few sentences that our heritage in Montenegro is really rich and numerous, that institutional frameworks came from the end of the 19th century, especially mid-20, and today with some different context of independent state, but with many challenges, with many problems. Unfortunately, I didn't have time maybe to specify some of them. I just mentioned few, and there are many directions in which our sector can somehow develop. Those are topics from my PhD thesis about heritage management, which I'm now writing at University of Donja Gorica. So if anybody is interested in, we may continue our communication with via email. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I think that questions can be saved for a discussion, and so our next presenter now will be by Aljosha Sinšek, and he will present environmental history of Dubrovnik in the 15th and 16th centuries.
Yes, so hello, I'm Aljosha Sinšek. I study history and ecology and biodiversity, but here I am primarily as a historian. So here I will examine some of the methodological challenges and opportunities using a specific type of historical source from the Republic of Dubrovnik, but in the environmental history context. So I'm primarily interested in various types and qualities of information regarding plants and animals that we can find in these sources. So maybe for the beginning, we should see some historical context. And the Republic of Dubrovnik was under the most of its history under various suzerains, but after the end of the Venetian rule in the middle of the 14th century, it became a relatively independent state. And that was mainly because of its skillful diplomacy and commercial skills, but it was still under the suzerainty of the Kingdom of Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. So its trading enterprises were facilitated by the relatively favorable geographical positions because they had the access to the interior of the Balkan Peninsula the ports of the Mediterranean Sea, and also later in the 16th century to the Atlantic ports. So this trade, this trade formed the basis for the economic basis for the Golden Age that lasted from approximately the middle of the 14th century till the end of the 16th century. And also crucial for all this development were the various institutions of government and various economic and social policies they formed. So these institutions left us written material. It's now preserved in the State Archives in Dubrovnik. It's one of the richest sources, richest collections of historical documents in the Mediterranean region. It was inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World Register in 2023. And but despite containing a wealth of information, the records from this archive are only rarely used in modern environmental history studies. We only have some now probably more than 30 years old studies of economic historians that sometimes related their research to environmental issues. So as a part of my environmental history master's research, I try to inspect various types of historical sources to identify any kind of information that would relate to plants and animals, and to see what kind of insights they offer into various interactions between humans and environment. So here I will present the session minutes of the three councils, so the highest institutions of government in Dubrovnik, that is the Senate, the Great Council, and the Small Council. And I analyzed these minutes I systematically analyzed these minutes for the years 1477 and 1571. So that was something like the archaeologists do when they dig their probes, and I just did that with my sources to see this information. So the three councils, they had a complex development, but they are usually their functioning is usually somewhat simplified in the literature. And because of the time constraints, I will use these definitions. So the Senate was seen as the main administrative body or the real government of the Republic. The Small Council is often labeled as an executive body, and the Great Council, which is made up of all the noblemen from the Republic, is usually labeled as main legislative body, and it confirmed all the decrees that were made by the Small Council or the Senate. But the thing is that their function is so intertwined, and they have a partially overlapping jurisdictions. So this means that if you want to know how the Republic functions at the highest level, we need to analyze all the 3 minutes together. So this is the structure, one structure of this minute. This is actually not my picture because I don't have the permit to publish this. But here we can see that each matter discussed has a proposition, and usually one alternative proposition. Doesn't mean that this is the counter proposition, but it could be. Often we have many propositions, and this formed a single deliberation. We know which proposition was accepted, but the discussion regarding a specific material is not preserved. So this means that these propositions can be quite brief, but sometimes we get longer texts, usually in various petitions. So here I have ordered every deliberation, every readable deliberation that contained information somehow connected with plants and animals in various categories. So note that the number of the categories doesn't mean doesn't tell us how insightful these deliberations were. So as we know from various narrative sources, grain, wine, and olive oil were the staples of Dubrovnik's population. This is also reflected in the number, quality, and variability of these deliberations. Livestock was usually discussed regarding regulations of meat prices and procurement of animals for butcheries. We have some records of shipments of legumes, mostly chickpeas and broad beans, but other plants were only rarely recorded. Among them, we can find some fruit like almonds, vegetables like garlic and onions, spices, rice, some wood, and so on. Usually they were sent as probably gifts, or we find them in connection with price regulations or transit permits for merchants. So other animals were similarly rarely recorded. Mostly we find some mules, horses, but also gifts like a gift of falcons to the King of Naples. Then we find pets in the context of confiscation of pets, such as dogs and parrots. Then you can find provisions for guard dogs, various shipments of furs, tallow, and skins, and so on. So mostly we find this information in connection with some exceptional event. Okay, oh yes, one big category is also textiles that were produced from various raw animal plant materials. And important here is that we have sometimes recorded shipments of raw materials such as wool and cotton, and also the origin of this material. So, as you can see that actually, maybe if I go one slide back, that the majority of the deliberations were from the minutes of the Senate and the Small Council, and the Great Council only discussed the grey matters in 1477, but we still find some important provisions regarding wine in this with the Great Council. Otherwise, the structure is similar, only that in 1571 we have more diverse and more informative information. So for more representative quantitative overview of human economic use of organisms, we must use other documents from Dubrovnik archives, though the session minutes are still an important source of decreased state decisions, petitions, and various miscellaneous information regarding plants and animals. So if we want to find one theme that was probably the most discussed in these councils, was the Dubrovnik state provisioning system, because Dubrovnik had a relatively small karstic territory which couldn't provide enough resources to satisfy its numerous population. The other thing important here is that we find only rarely various information regarding interactions with the plants and animals that were very common, for example, like fishing and so on, because they were probably negotiated orally at everyday level. So let us now turn our attention to grain, wine, and olive oil, because they were probably the most discussed and the most diverse and most informative deliberations in these statutes. So they're primarily connected with the state provisioning system, as I have already told. And this system was actually made of state purchases, storages, and distribution of various state procured grain. So we are talking about grain right now. So the minutes of the highest government are actually the most important sources for the functioning, functioning, evolution, and the structure of this system. Maybe I won't read all what can we all find here, but for the environmental history context, it is also important that we sometimes have the recordings of the types of crops that were grown in the Republic, which is actually pretty rare information found in the archival sources for that period. Okay. Right, okay. I have actually I have quite a lot of examples how we can use this system, these sources, but maybe I will just focus on some general points here. So in the older literature, we often have various attempts to quantify grain reserves, grain purchases, to identify the length of origins and various prices. But we can see after I systematically analyzed this, I realized that in many state orders, many state orders aren't actually recorded. So in many state orders that are recorded, we don't have quantities. And if we have a state order, it doesn't mean it is fulfilled. So only some orders are actually marked as fulfilled. Then if you go to the maybe location, yes, we also often don't have locations, but we have various proxies that we could at least approximately infer where this grain was purchased. Then with the prices was often used as a proxy of climate fluctuations because it was believed that the prices were directly dependent on the weather-related harvest failures. But in recent research actually showed that there are many other factors, as you can see on the slide. And also sometimes these factors won't be directly seen as much important because some of the societies like Dubrovnik's could mitigate rather harvest failures with the access to a diverse market that in some parts could be spared from these harvest failures. And this is also seen in Dubrovnik. Some of the older authors are connecting various price drops, price increases with climate failures. But in 1571, we have so many factors that we actually cannot say for sure that there was a widespread famine in Dubrovnik, even though there was a pan-European harvest failure. Yes, maybe. Okay, wine and olive oil. Maybe I will not waste too much time here, but we still have some important information that can show us how many that can help us to evaluate various production in the Dubrovnik territory alone, for example, in olive oil. And we can detect various irregularities that could lead to various climate information for this region, because currently we have a lack of information regarding the little ice age and so on the territory of Dubrovnik. And to conclude, so session units were in the past often not analyzed systematically, which we can see in various contradictory statements in the older literature. But they are actually still important sources for various environmental history issues. So in the future, we need actually, for a high quality environmental history research, we need to analyze longer time material for the longer time periods than other types of documents for the Dubrovnik archives, because they're very important to cover other aspects of the society, and also archives from cities economically connected to Dubrovnik. But all that should be also connected to the research from other disciplines, such as paleobotany and similar. And this will also be the topic for my future PhD.
Thank you. We will continue with our next presentation and save questions for next time for discussion. So our next presenter will be Sebastian Korinic-Stratnik with a presentation on cultural heritage in socialist state, the case of the Soviet Union. And we will just maybe wait a few minutes because of the noise also. Okay. Yeah. Sebastian, are you online? Are you prepared? Sebastian? Okay, maybe we can write. Yeah, just. No, okay. If he's not prepared, we will write maybe in the chat, and if we can maybe begin with our next presentation. And if, yeah, okay. So if, yeah, okay, he's not online. So if maybe Aya Anouk and Lana Mihoci can join me and present their paper on revitalization of cultural heritage through an interdisciplinary approach. Sorry for some technical issues. We will...
Okay, hi, I'm Alana. I am a student of Conservation and Restoration of Art at the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana.
And I'm Aya. I study History and Sociology of Culture here at the Faculty of Arts.
Today we will present to you Revive, a project we have been a part of. We will first start with what Revive is, what was its aim, and then move to specific challenges and solutions.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so today many places with existing but underused culture heritage face immigration of young people to bigger cities for jobs or other reasons. In other cases, unused buildings of cultural heritage become irrelevant and almost forgotten. And these are all the points that Revive aimed at. So Revive is a European project that ran from 2023 to 2025, aimed at revitalizing cultural heritage in Europe. It focused on underused heritage buildings and spaces, bringing them back to life through creative approaches that engaged local communities. So the project connected young creatives, local participants, and cultural partners to explore new forms of co-creation. And through that, it wished to provide examples that can inspire other historic towns across Europe. It also aligned with the guidelines of the new European Bauhaus, which includes sustainability, beauty, and inclusion, but was most notable for its interdisciplinary approach.
So there were 4 experiments conducted, the first in Tržič, Slovenia, then in Turku, Finland, Celina Atanasio in Italy, and Iași in Romania. So all 4 projects were built around units of cultural heritage and interdisciplinary teams of 14 people from 6 partnering countries between the ages of 18 and 30. And the teams were also very mixed. So they consisted of architects, historians, cultural heritage experts, sociologists, social scientists, and artists. And they were called experiments. So they followed a different work model. Under the guidance of a mentor, we were led to explore different ideas ourselves. So we had a lot of freedom to work on really creative solutions for each historical space. So each of the experiments followed a site-specific objectives that were aligned with the needs of that specific local environment. And my colleague and I have participated in 3 of them altogether, and I will share now a bit more detailed explanation for the first 2 and Lana for the 3rd one. So the first one happened in Tržič, Slovenia in 2024. And the main aim of the experiment was to propose a plan for revitalizing the garden, the abandoned garden and the abandoned sun house behind the Tržič Museum. So we wanted to transform it into an attractive public space while emphasizing also its historical heritage. At the site, the old water canals, Rake, are an important heritage element, also within the whole historical town center. So they are the key feature. There are already initiatives to restore these canals, Rake and Tržič, but the ones behind the museum are filled up with cement and are hidden. So you can see them in this picture here. So they are hidden behind here. The aim of this 2-week experiment was not to renovate the site, because of course in 2 weeks you cannot actually accomplish that, but to analyze the existing situation, involve the community, and also develop a proposal based on these findings. And one of the most important outcomes was introducing fresh ideas to the locals, who were really pleased to see new initiatives taking place in their town. Yes, so here in the pictures, you can see some of the results that we had accomplished during those 2 weeks experiment. The experiment in Celina Atanasio happened in 2024. I think I was mistaken before. So in Tržić happened in 2023. Celina Atanasio in 2020. Yeah. And it was also very similar to the one in Tržić, as it is also a very small historic village near the mountains that is losing its younger population to larger cities. There we worked on a former church, Santo Spirito, that was built between the 15th and 16th centuries and renovated during the 18th. And we gave the former church a new purpose by transforming it into a multi-purpose hub that young locals can use for their own needs. So different events are now held there, including concerts, book talks, and art workshops. And we ensured that the architectural solution could accommodate many different uses, while we also wanted to highlight the heritage of the space. So during the 2-week experiment, we created modular multi-use furniture featuring traditional Abruzzo patterns and built a wooden mezzanine to help break up the space. We also saved some old furniture from being discarded, and we restored it so it could be reused within the space. So during the 2 weeks, we established many different connections within the local community. And although the locals were initially wary of us outsiders, they gradually became very open to collaborating with us and helping us to shape a space that suited their needs best. So much like in Tržić, the project helped activate the local community. And by introducing new ideas and possibilities, we provided a starting point that demonstrated how they could use the space, how the space could be adapted for a new and contemporary purpose. Yes. So these are some of the pictures that were took at the end of the 2-week period.
And so the last experiment was conducted in Iași, Romania. The space we worked at, a basement in the Palace of Culture, was used as a boiler room. The palace itself was used as a judicial and administrative building up until 20th century and now houses different museums. So the basement, as I said, a former boiler room, was never used for an exhibition. And we wanted to highlight the industrial aspect while connecting it to connecting the space to the city culture background. The city has a rich and diverse history, and many minority communities live there, which the palace wished to represent. So we were connecting with the local communities ourselves, listening to their stories and witnessing their traditions, all of which we then included in the exhibition. Through design, we emphasized and adapted to the already existing space as we were working with cultural heritage and not an empty room. And in the boiler area, we made visual installations inside the boilers, which kind of repurposed or redefined the objects and the space. And on the walls, we exhibited photos from communities, their stories and traditions. We also made a short documentary film about life in Iași. As well, in previous projects, we also designed furniture with the help of architects. And for conceptually connecting the minorities, the city, and the space itself, we made fabric installation that expanded through 2 floors, and the wall painting that connected the space visually and content-wise. So the exhibition is now part of a guided tour, and there are different events held in the space. We ensured that the room could be used for other exhibitions, not just ours, so adhering to the idea of sustainability. And I would say, for conclusion, that the importance of working in a team, each having a different background and area of study, must be emphasized It is true when they say two heads are better than one. The solutions we made would not be possible if not for each and every member contributing their skills, knowledge, and ideas.
Yeah, so overall, Revive was an excellent opportunity for collaboration and learning, which was one of the main aims of the project. And yeah, exactly like Lana said, it demonstrated that interdisciplinary collaboration, which takes into account different perspectives and approaches, can lead to very positive outcomes. So for the end, we have all 6 project partners that collaborated for the project.
Thank you.
Thank you both for this presentation, and I apologize for a change of plans. Now we will have our previous presentation, Sebastian Korinic-Stratnik, if he's online, and if he can share.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, just a minute for some technical delay. And Sebastian